well, starting with 335 in chips. He's got 135K in chips, seat 5, Jack Ring, 121K in chips, and seat 6, Ron Miller, 230K in chips, seat 7, Sid Jarrett, and Steve. We've sat the chip leader at the feature table. So not only is he missing out on possibly winning $8,000, but also TV time.
Yeah, that's quite the amazing turn of events.
So I think we are finally getting back into the action. We are ready to go. Cards are in the air. We also had Eric Casa on the stream last night doing pretty well from Wahpeton. He won the high roller event at the Free Poker Network in Vegas. I think that was worth $8,000 or so. And then Steve Belland, a new national champ of the Free Poker Network, splitting that with Glenn Schaefer's of South Dakota, that $12,500 poker package. So, but nonetheless, we've got a lot of familiar faces on this table, and they are all crushers. Dave Ouellette and Jack. Dave was playing in Rough Riders event yesterday in Bismarck, busted out early enough where he could drive to Fargo. He registered with 10 minutes left to go before you could not register. Got in just in time, and now he sees himself here at the feature table trying to get an $8,000 payday.
So again, today the top 18 of the 33 players that returned for the day will be getting a paycheck at the end of play today. And it's one of those things when you start a two-day tournament, right? So day number 1, you're very amped, you're excited, you know it's going to be a long day, you know you're going to have to make a lot of decisions, and then you bag and you have all night to think about it, and then the next day comes and it's hard not to start with that starting mentality.
Yeah.
Right? Like the blinds keep going up. They're not small like when you've started a tournament. You have obviously a good stack in front of you, or maybe you just barely made it in. Mm-hmm. So a day 2 mentality is something that is different for a lot of recreational players.
Yeah.
And so it'll be interesting to see how they handle that here this afternoon.
Yeah, we definitely talked about, or I talked to myself about that to you, is we saw a lot of players trying to make some big plays coming down the stretch of the end of day 1, because you don't want to come into day 2 with less
nothing.
than 10 bigs,
Yeah.
and you're just all in or shove, like all in or nothing, and you instantly are knocked out. So you'd rather go out day 1 with the short stack rather than coming into day 2, because you're not getting paid quite yet. You got to outlast another 9 or so people. At this point, we have 27 players remaining. Charles Funfar of Fargo, looking down at pocket 9s. We should close that door.
Raises to 28,000. As you can see, blinds are 6 and 12,000 with a 12K ante from the big blind.
We had no pocket jacks counters yesterday, so wanted to make sure you knew where we were starting the day off. We had a number of rivers that where people survived through them or knocked people out. So it was a very fun day yesterday. If you didn't watch the stream, you can go back and check that out.
So he did get a call from Steve in the big blind. Flop missed Steve. So Charles still ahead, and he goes all in. And a fold from Steve. You might think, you're calling with Queen 9 offsuit out of the big blind? Well, if you had a magic flop at that point, and that's the thing about playing cards like that, they're easy to get away from. Mm-hmm. Like if you don't catch any part of it or any hope, it's easy to just fold.
Yep.
Now, how many times you want to do that out of the big blind?
Yeah, that you need to be careful
That could be a
of.
different discussion.
Steve with just $250,000 in chips, that's about half of the average chip stack.
Yeah.
So
I mean, he already had the big blind, already had the ante in as
Yeah.
well. So for a raise like that, you definitely have to see the flop.
oh, we got Jackson Skierseth on the table in seat 8. 1.3 million in chips.
There we go. So as you can see there, Jackson joins Steve at the Million Plus Club. Charles also at this at this feature table, 431,000. So Steve not playing in seat 9. This is kind of Jackson's table to run as he sees fit with 1.3 million. When the next guy behind you, you got 3 times what he does. You can kind of run it as you see fit.
So let's just, Steve's in the big blind, small blind raises. You get those chips?
That's correct.
Okay. So a complete gift to seat 8.
Sitting in that.
Which is Jackson, who is the chip leader at the table, who's actually just present. Or no, it's, who is it? We got a new player in seat 9, I think. Unless he's here. Is our chip leader here? We have all 9 seats filled. Yeah, I think Steve Zima is here. So all that family man talk that we had
I guess. I got the info right from Dana, so that wasn't even my own speculation.
All right, so we do have a full table. That hypothetical situation no longer applies.
I kind of wanted to see how long it would go.
I did too.
I kind of wanted to run the simulation to see how long that many chips would last to roll through.
Yeah, we got some. So we talked yesterday about a bunch of firsts for the Dakota Poker Tour. Number 1, we got a new venue. We're at the DoubleTree in West Fargo, new to us. Number 2, we have some new chips. Our chips are looking different. They're a little bit sharper and updated, and so those look good. We have, I believe, the largest prize pool, or at least the largest number of registered players in DPT history with 134.
Wow. I
guess, and then the other new thing that I was going to talk to you about, because I can't talk to myself, but I had a son.
Yeah.
I had a new baby,
Yeah.
so.
First time doing this as a dad, does it feel different?
Yeah. It's, last night, luckily, we ended at 11:30, and man, was I feeling it. Just tired. It's bedtime, and but then you have to stay up for an extra hour and a half because baby ain't sleeping at night. So.
All right, we have an all-in.
Oh boy.
We'll get back to dad talk in a minute.
Yeah.
We had a raise and then a re-raise.
In the hand is Steve Zima. He definitely has the chips to be able to call this all in. And he will just fold. So Steve will scoop up the blinds and antes worth $30K every time you're able to do that. It's definitely a significant chunk of change for some of these shorter stacks.
All right, so Brian, give us the details. Boy, girl, name.
It's a boy. His name is River.
Okay.
Just because rivers are always ebbing and flowing, they're shaping the land. They can be violent. They can be, peaceful. And I won't get into the birth story, but that's pretty much what the birth story was.
Okay, good. Well, congratulate. And how old?
He was born on March 1st, so 2 months and 16 days old.
Okay.
I don't know the weeks. They're flying by.
Yeah.
But he's doing all the kid things. Learning. He's starting to talk a lot. He can kick like a maniac. Dave Roulette with Ace King.
It is amazing when you have kids that you can just, especially your first child, I remember thinking like, how can I be entertained just by looking at something like that? Like you're just so amazed looking at the baby.
Yeah.
Not doing any, just looking at it.
I find myself getting lost, just him and I just hanging out, and he's got all the smiles in the world. He loves his ABCs already. If you tell him you love him, he smiles, so that's a good sign.
Don't worry, soon enough they'll be asking for car keys and $100 to fill the tank. Don't worry.
I know.
It'll happen soon enough.
They're pretty steep.
Win or
All right.
don't
I
come
hear they're
home.
pretty steep, but yes, it's him. That's somehow we ended up with both our chip leaders.
Okay.
Good.
That table.
So we got the info that Steve Zima did show up today. There was some negotiation with the family. I don't know if that's a cut percentage.
Yeah.
I don't know what that looks like, but here he is today, not eating pulled pork sandwiches at graduation parties, but still playing poker.
I'd say if he wins, I'm gonna say that prize money, at least 75% will go to that first semester of college.
There we go. Well, I wouldn't have said that would have been a first, but it would have definitely been something that is unusual to say the
Yes.
least. But
Yeah, it's grad party season. I'm sure even scheduling this, everything we have to schedule during this month is like, well, we got grad parties. I'm doing another galactic bingo event at Border Town here in West Fargo, and that one's tough because half the staff is like, well, I got grad parties to go to. My son or daughter's graduating. And
I'm actually missing 2 of them while I am here.
oh,
And then I'm here till 4 today.
Yep.
And we have 2 more to go to.
oh my gosh, yeah.
And not that any of them are more or less important, but the second 2 are ones that I'm like, sorry,
Yeah.
I'm going to have to get there for. We have a senior at our house this year,
Mm-hmm.
and then also a couple of athletes, and so you have all the teams, and so it's,
Oh yeah.
yeah.
I remember
I want to say
graduating.
the number was 65 grad party invitations that came in.
Oh,
So,
my
yeah. So we're
And how
need-
can you not support these kids
Well,
that you've
that's-
known growing up?
Yeah, a lot of them are some buzz, quick drop off, say hello, drop a card. Some of them are just mail a card, but
Yep.
you try to get to as many of as you can. Some of them end up being a little bit longer than the others, but
Yep.
our grad party for our son isn't until June, so that was put off a little bit.
Perfect.
But, yeah, that means that our house has been Project Central. Again, you just wait. It'll
yeah.
come.
Oh, yeah.
18 years from now, everything that was just fine yesterday suddenly is not
Not
fine
so
anymore.
much. Yeah, we'll probably end up moving to a new house at some point in the next 18 years. So we got some time. Sounds like the blinds just went up to 8, 16, 16.
Okay, so next hand we'll pump it up.
Not a huge jump on the small blind, but you double 8 compared to 6. It's an extra 8K coming out of your chip stack every orbit around the table.
Got a raise from Dave. So does the dog have any poker instincts at all? You would think sitting around a poker table, although Jack looks pretty comfortable just sleeping.
If you know Dave, every tournament he's at, and he plays nearly every weekend, he's got the dog. I've never heard the dog whimper, whine, nothing. So the dog is just so content. It's actually amazing. It's beautiful. So cute, too.
Now, see, what I would do is I would teach the dog to sniff out fear.
Yes.
Now, is there any rule against that?
I don't know. We'd have to, yeah.
That's a different kind of emotional support animal.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, I talked last night, I DJ'd Keith Lauder and Shalisa, his wife, at their wedding last weekend in Bismarck. Dave was there, and so was Jack.
Okay.
So I didn't get them on the dance floor, but a number of these other poker players that know the RPT family pretty good, they were there. So I was shocked at how many poker players, I mean, not shocked because it's Keith and Shalisa, they're amazing people, but how many poker players sacrifice their weekend to go. It's weird seeing them in another light, such as at a wedding dance. And dancing, too. I'm used to seeing them just sitting at tables.
Right,
so
yeah.
They got some moves out there, I'll tell you that much. So Jackson will raise to 35K. Steve on the button will make the call. Now it's up to Dave in the big blind to make the call for 19K more. He was looking down at Jack. What do you think we should do here, buddy? Flop is a rainbow. Ace-5 king. No real help to either player. Jackson will bet 25K. Steve will make the call.
Small bet considering the pot size of over 100,000 to only bet 25,000.
Yeah. And the two big chip stacks going at it.
All right, well, Steve picks up a flush draw, and he might get to see this river for free. Paired board, though, obviously, but Steve doesn't look like he's interested in seeing anything for free. He's putting more money in and gets a fold. He maybe had picked up what I had thought that, you know, that's such a small bet. You raise you're actually betting less than what you bet pre-flop.
Mm-hmm. And Steve is now up at the 2 million in chips mark.
All right. So he went from constantly losing chips from the blind to accumulating even more chips.
Yeah.
I think this is officially the first DPT event I've ever done commentary for.
No. You've done DPT championship and
No, you're right, at the Speedway. Yes, you're right.
And my very first event with you was DPT at the Windbreak.
Oh, man.
We've come a long way.
Now that was
6 years ago.
pre-COVID?
That was when COVID was just ramping up, and we wouldn't shut things down yet.
Aha.
Unless it was like the year after, but it was maybe the year after.
Well, it's fun to get to see poker community. Obviously, these people see each other all the time, but I know a couple of the players in the field and saw them today, and they don't even ask if I'm playing anymore.
Yeah.
It's really sad.
Yeah.
Either that or they're disappointed. They're maybe sad I'm not playing because it'd be free money into the game.
Flop comes ace, 3, 4. Steve will pair his ace. Once again, the two big stacks in a hand together. Steve bets 30,000.
And a fold.
Unfortunately, we didn't get the stream up and running in time, but we did have Heidi Rogenkamp, a big, well-respected poker player in the area, and definitely a crusher going down to the cities and constantly cashing and winning events. She was the last female in the field, so we'd have easily could have seen her gone farther, but I think she came in with not many chips.
But she did come with caramel rolls
She did.
for the
yes.
entire crew and players that missed the breakfast
Yeah.
that was happening. Give Randy's a little dap that she brought over. Jared didn't even get through half of that caramel roll.
They're actually massive. If my wife knew I was about to dig into a caramel roll that size, she'll be here later, so I can share with her, and then it won't be so bad.
Okay.
Steve will raise to 35K, and thankfully Steve is here. He's getting a good run of cards, being able to actually play instead of being card dead. Charles wants nothing. Oh, he did call. Okay. Wow, look at that flop.
Boy, and you feel pretty safe if you have pocket nines right now with that flop,
Yeah.
but little does Charles know. Suited connectors turned into two pair real fast.
Steve representing something big. Which, he's not lying. But he will get the call, a queen on the turn.
It'll be interesting to see what Steve's going to do here. Some people might like to slow it down,
It's like 85K.
but he is not slowing it down.
Charles will fold. Wow, 2.2 million in chips for Steve. That little negotiation must have lit a fire under his butt. He's like, all right, I got to win this. So we got three players in deep doggy doo-doo. Jack Ring, Cody Kraus, and Dave and Jack Roulette. At that 10 big blind or less threshold, it is all in or nothing time. We are on a 30-minute delay, so anything you see will be done 30 minutes in the past.
We keep working on the 30 minutes in the future feature, but it just doesn't,
Yeah.
it's harder than you would think.
It's so hard. Looks like Dave is going to raise it up. I think I saw a yellow chip in there. Raise to 38K. And he did steal the blinds and antes. Ooh, Jack Ring just, yeah, any other two cards, really, he might have considered going all in there.
Great day for poker.
Yeah.
Here in the West Fargo, Fargo-Moorhead area, just kind of cloudy, dreary, rainy. Might as well go sit inside and play some poker.
You would think these these spring tournaments are always, they can be tough because who isn't itching to get their lake lot set up or get their cabin set up, ready for the summer.
The golf course calling.
The golf course. So I mean, we're dodging grad parties, golf courses, lakeland, all that stuff. We had 138 people show up tonight.
That's amazing.
Also, cards are in the air for our final event of the weekend, the Black Chip Bounty event. $200 buy-in, and with a $100 add-on, you have to still be with chips in front of you to get that add-on. It's not a rebuy, but every person you knock out, you will receive a bounty chip worth $100. So it'll be Jackson, bottom right, Steve, top right. Flop comes Jack, 7, deuce. Jackson in the lead.
All right, so a turn is another heart, which pulls Steve up a little bit. They both check, so the river is another ace, and there's nobody home for Steve here.
Wonder if he's going to try to push the action. Looks like he will. Bet 50K.
All right, bounty tournament players. I need your attention, bounty tournament players.
Wow, Jackson makes the call.
Cannot add on. With that being said, everybody
So Steve
has a small
gave it a
flat
swing.
chip
Yeah, he
in
gave it a
there.
try. It
That's
looked
the
like
chip.
Jackson was, he probably
I'm
put
gonna
Jackson
clear
on
what
exactly
that
what he
bounty
had.
chipping
Yep.
A small
throw
pocket
is
pair that he was just trying to ride to the river.
a declaration of all in. Why? Because sometimes they roll in on accident, right?
Just had the shuffle up and deal for that Black Chip Bounty event. There's time to get down here to the DoubleTree and registered. You have up until 5:15 p.m. Jack Ring is all in. Ace 10 suited. And it looks like Jackson will call.
Well, Jackson, a good spot to double up here.
Knockout Jack. Jack and Jackson. Wow, look at that flop. Jack Ring in the lead. Jackson does have 10 outs for either a chop or the win, and it's going to be a split pot with the Jack on the river. Jack Ring will accumulate 20K more in chips.
Yeah, he definitely had his heart set on more than that, but the board didn't do him any favors.
Yeah.
You sit and wait for a hand that you can finally get all your chips in to try to double up or steal the blinds, and just didn't work out that time around. It's better than losing.
It is.
It's better than a
yes.
9 coming on the river, I guess.
Way better.
You're walking away from the table.
With what we saw last night, that no doubt a 9 could have came. There's our chip count as it stands. Jack, Cody, Steve, and Ron now in the hot seat at or below that 10 big blind threshold. These are 40-minute blind levels. I think we're usually accustomed to 20 or 30-minute blind levels. So it's not going to get as expensive as fast where, you know, the blinds are just insane compared to what the chip stacks are. Still 20, we have 26 players remaining. Average chip stack went up to 511,000. Sid will raise to 36,000 and Jackson will fold. Everything's looking pretty smooth. That's good.
$8,000 is the first place prize. Second place was at $5,300, if my memory serves me right.
Yes, 5,300. Everyone at the final table, minus the 9th place person, will be taking home 4 digits.
Our min cash, $650.
550.
$550 at 18. $550 at 18, which we are 9 players away, 8 players away. So still need to lose a whole nother table before we start cashing checks here at the DPT Spring Championship. Charles with ace-king suited raises to 50K and doesn't get any action.
We need to, I think we can label the table, right, on your graphics. DPT Spring Championship. Not on mine, no. Oh. I thought it was in the settings you can label what the event is called. DPT Spring Championship Day 2. Not yet? Here. Here. Unless it changed from yesterday. Yes. So it changed. Capital B, I, S, W, F. Dyslexia. Yep. I'm now on live Bard Owl Nest Cam. going on with this place? It's not great. No. We got plenty of room, but not plenty of internet, too much power. All right, so back to the action here.
A small blind, big blind battle, and both of them catch a piece of it.
Charles will bet 20K.
I guess you could say officially Dave caught two pieces of this. He made a pair of tens and also picked up the straight draw.
Yeah, there's a little bit more to consider. So he will pay to see the turn, and it's a king.
There we go.
He's off for Dave. I'm always trying to point out, make sure to watch the player that turns or rivers a good card or even has a good pocket pair, aces or kings. What is their behavior? See if we can pick up on any tells.
Well, they check the river, and Dave will have the chip slide in his direction.
Very smart. Dave afraid of the ace. Especially would have been afraid of the ace on the turn anyways, but make the higher straight.
One of those fun situations where, yeah, you can make the bet, but you're only probably getting called if you're beat.
Yeah. Yep. We did give away some seats at the. Is there a difference between a brother and a sister company? Like, it's always called a sister company.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's any difference. I always just go sister.
Yeah.
Sister company.
Sure. So it's our sister company, Free Poker Network, in our local free to-play bar leagues around the area, I think within like a 1 hour radius, gave away some free seats into this tournament. So a nice little way to what would you call it, invigorate play or promote play
Sure.
at our local leagues. And Chase Lardy actually won at the 701, the local 701, and was able to free roll his way into this tournament. And I think he's still in. So that's all. That would just be a nice story. Yeah, I didn't even pay a dime to be in here. I paid the dealer appreciation fee, and that's it.
Yeah. Paid for it with your time, and that's it.
All right, Steve's all in.
And Charles will have to fold.
There's your chip count. Steve Zima still sitting comfortably on top.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody else in the field with the average stack being at around 500,000. I don't know how many other over 1 million stacks there are that are out there, but to have them at the feature table and sitting right next to each other.
Yeah. Currently, Steve Zima's best live cash, $651.
Okay. Unless things go horribly wrong today. Should be moving towards being able to best that here today.
Yeah, whoever wins will get 867 tour points. Currently, our tour leader, Awesome Habib, who recently scored for like 45 or 60K down at Running Aces. Took down a field of over 1,000 people. I did see him yesterday. I don't know if he's still out there, but I think if Lester, Hauglid, Wade Kaiser, Mark Britton, Ron James, all the way down to I think Kyle McGarry in 10th place. If any one of those players win and they're in this tournament, they will leapfrog Awesome Bossum and take home the Tour Championship, or at least leap them in points. But if Bossum does is in the money at all this weekend, he will take home some more points and further solidify his place on top of the leaderboard. Steve Zima now with pocket fours. Side bet if we make this to the flop and a 4 comes on. I'm thinking the 4 is coming.
You calling the shot?
Yeah.
Action right now on Dave. Tricky spot here because if you get involved, you know that the button and the blinds are going to play after you. So do you feel like ace-10 is a premium enough hand to get in and play with more action coming behind you?
Especially into a raised pot with the chip leader. It's a scary situation. Cody Kraus fairly quiet at our feature table.
Is all in.
Jack ring will fold.
All right, so we did get a call. So ace-king is at risk here and behind.
Flop 7, 8, 9. Cody's going to need an ace or a king, and there's only 2 outs, 2 aces and 2 kings. Oh, he's picked up some more outs. 8 now. He's going to need to see 7, 8, or a king or an ace. Otherwise, he will be sent packing, and the river is a queen. And Steve Zima will eliminate Cody Kraus around the 27, 26th place mark.
And the chip leader just continues to grow, now over 2.3 million in chips.
26th place. So I feel the last person you want to see knocking people out is the chip leader. It just becomes even more of a daunting task to get some of those chips in your stack.
Yeah, poker is, it's a patient game, but at the same time, it can be a game that can make you very impatient when you look around. When you start a tournament, everyone's got the same amount,
Yep.
right? But as you get deeper and deeper, and when you get to a spot where you're getting towards cash and you know that you're 7 or 8 players away from getting paid, it can put a very itchy feeling into your brain that you feel like you have to do something right now. But because of the blinds being 40-minute levels, you know, there is a little bit more of an opportunity to try to hold on if that's the strategy you want to go with.
Yeah, Jack ring is definitely, he's probably going to be all in here. Just 31K in the small blind. All in for 39,000. I think Ron folds and Jackson will make the call for just 4K more. So we got another all in and a call. Second in chips at our feature table. Jackson is behind. He's a 19% favorite to win this hand. Let's see what the flop is. 4, 6, deuce, 2 spades. That'll help Jackson. All right, he's picked up some more outs. A deuce, 4, or 10. And it is an ace, and Jack Ring is going to double up through Jackson Skierseth.
Well, that'll put a little bit of salve on the itch for the time being.
Yeah.
You know, you double up there, you now have 110,000 chips in front of you. That kind of, you know, changes your mindset again.
Yep.
Not that you don't want to wait for a great spot, and sometimes the cards are just going to do what they're going to do.
And now he's out of the blinds, so he's got a few hands,
Yep.
a little buffer time, but you see any two good cards, you still are in a position where you just need to shove. And speaking of itching, the product I like to use most is Xanfill, used by disc golfers around the world.
Is this a paid product placement?
Unfortunately not.
Okay.
But
But you do pay to use it.
I do, yes. But it's the best. Any itch I've had, get home, rub it on, wipe it off, it's gone. It's amazing stuff.
So now, disc golf, like with traditional golf, you don't want to be in the wooded area where you're searching, where you might find some things that make you itch.
Yeah, poison ivy, you got ticks in there, ticks are on the rise, all sorts of other things, poison oak, you name it, I've probably gotten it. Burnweed, itchweed, whatever they want to call that, stinging nettle. Some of the worst, though, is stumbling upon a ground nest of hornets. They are silent but deadly.
Yeah, that's
until
not
they
good.
start stinging. Then it's a swarm.
Well, I don't know what it does for poker itch, but usually when you have the itch to play poker, there's only one thing that satisfies that itch.
Yes. How about them T-Wolves, though? Holy smokes.
Oh,
Those last two games were so hard to watch. But you really can't be that disappointed.
well,
It's a Minnesota sport.
you just
You got
feel
the
it
Wild,
coming.
too. It's just like, game one, you're like, this might be the year. They might have what it takes. But San Antonio just ran away with it.
Yeah, I tell you that Victor Wembanyama, there's a reason why he's called the alien. He is just such a unique player and talent. My
Every
gosh.
shot is altered when he's guarding.
Every one of them. If I saw one more floater when someone would get 7 feet from the rim, and that's just not what NBA players do, but he
No.
forces, and essentially when they shoot those shots, he's blocking the shot in a way.
Yeah.
When he's altering a shot,
It's
it doesn't go in the
insane.
stat book as a block, but definitely, yeah. And the Minnesota Wild, yeah, I know the last game stings when you're up 3-0, then 3-1, and you're, 4.5 minutes away from sealing the deal.
That's
But they
what
still had
happens.
to win 2 more games.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be realistic here. They still had 2 more games they had to win.
You
But
ever-
as Jared pointed out earlier, but then if they do win that game, the pressure then goes back to Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, you're not going to let this get away, are you?
No, you couldn't.
No.
But there is such thing as a miracle on ice, and it does originate from a bunch of boys from Minnesota.
Yeah, that's true.
A little bit of lull in the action here. I don't know if once we get down to 18 players, we'll do a random redraw. I would imagine there will be a random redraw at some point as this tournament progresses. We are down to 25 players. Average chip stack 532,000.
And that's another thing about day 2 of these kind of tournaments is that day 1 you can have a player that you sat with and you played with for quite a while, or maybe even a couple of them that, throughout the day that you've kind of watched them play and see how they play. But when you get to this situation, everyone's sitting at a brand new table. You might recognize a couple of faces, but you might have more new players you're trying to
Yeah,
pick up info on while
whole
the game
new
goes
table
on.
dynamic.
All right, so Jack is all in with ace king, and he's going to be going up against ace king. One player hoping for diamonds, one player hoping for hearts, and they get neither.
As a reminder, they can hear me okay.
So the update from Dana of the bounty tournament that has just gotten underway already has 5 tables. Talk
Wow.
about your itch to play poker. I think
Yeah.
people realized there is nothing else going on today. I got no basketball to watch.
Nothing.
I can't go out and work in the yard. It's gross outside. So let's go play poker. So still plenty of time to get down here by 5 o'clock to get registered in that tournament.
Once again, every player you knock out, you get their bounty chip worth $100. Knock out 3 players, you've paid for your. It's all gravy from there. Did mow my lawn for the first time yesterday.
Oh, good for you. First mow is always a
Well,
big deal.
Yeah, not in my life, but this year.
Yeah,
of course,
yeah.
Of course.
Well, soon enough, you'll get River out there and you'll be paying him to mow your lawn.
I was already compiling the safety speech on how to mow the lawn, but I'm probably still like 5 or
You're
6
probably a
years
little
off
ways
from
away
that.
from that, yeah.
Don't stick your fingers under any circumstances near the blades.
You know how something happens to you in life, something small and insignificant, but yet it sticks with you for the rest of your life?
Mm-hmm.
One of those things for me was our director over here, Tony, was part of a video by Matt and Tucker put together this video called First Mow, and it was all about a guy who like got so excited for the first mow of the season, and that like it's in my that will never not be in my brain.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's probably still out there somewhere if you want to look it up. That you could look up First Mow, and he's wearing these cut-off jeans.
Oh boy.
And it's just, yeah, he's talking about the strategy for the first mow, and his wife is just inside rolling around.
Oh,
A very
boy.
quick little 5-minute
Yeah.
movie thing that is, and that again, it's in there. That's never leaving Matt McGregor in that video. Seeing him in his short shorts doing the first mow of the year.
I definitely didn't get that excited. It basically starts, every few days now.
Well,
That's my job.
the lawnmower starting is always the first anxiety of the spring.
Yeah, I had some. I've got a Kohler mower. I don't know.
They make toilets and they make mowers? Is that what's going on?
Apparently. But no one, I'm trying to get a new air filter, do the right thing, do an oil change.
Good for you.
Couldn't find an air filter. No one could find the part number or even the mower online. You Google my mower.
Well, because you have to go to the plumbing department.
Of course.
You were in the wrong section.
Yeah, and don't forget to change your air filters on your bathtub, everyone. So I didn't get any of that done, but the mower fired up right away.
Okay, good.
So maybe it'll run for another season without doing any of that. Even asked the sales guy, so what oil do I need? He's like, I don't know.
Wow.
Like, so I'm not getting any of my maintenance done. Sounds good. All right, Steve Ballin, pocket tens, versus Steve Zima's raised pot to 37,000. I can see Steve being aggressive here and coming over the top with a nice little 3-bet. If not, a jam all in. I think blinds might have just gone up. 10, 20, 20 most likely. Unless that was the black chip bounty tournament. Yep.
And there comes the all-in from Steve.
Very methodical, intentional player, Steve Belland.
Yeah, if you've played any poker in the upper Midwest in the past decade, you probably crossed paths with Steve Belland.
Is 250 like no matter what you have, you're kind of priced in for Steve Zima, or I mean,
Well,
you could
I
still
mean-
fold. You have an opportunity to knock out a player, a really strong one at that.
You're calling 213,000 more into a 311 pot. So you don't have a whole heck of a lot invested, but at the same time, having 2 million in chips seems like a lot more, or 2.3 seems like a lot more than 2.1.
Yeah.
So this is one of those hands that we were discussing earlier where I said you make a raise because it's easy to get away from. This is kind of that spot.
He does make the call.
He does make the calls.
You know what? But they were suited.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Well, Steve's going to be ahead going to the flop. And we got a 500,000 chip pot.
Thanks, Tony.
Flops queen, 6, 5.
Okay, Steve Zima pairs the 5.
Yep, some help there.
King on the turn. Still, Steve Zima 3 outs to knock out Steve Belland. Otherwise, Steve's going to double up through Steve. And it's a 9. Steve Belland is going to double up.
And fresh life for Steve Belland in seed 3.
That's a bit more of a dangerous stack than $250,000. He's basically right at that average chip stack metric, so.
And I hope that's not a hand that lingers for Steve. Still 2.1 million in chips, but at the same time, you know you just gave a really good player a bunch of chips. And look at that, Steve jumps all the way up into 3rd place at this feature table. And we've got about 25 players remaining. Blinds are going up, or blinds are up now to 10, 20, 20.
$50K to finance one orbit around the table.
And I wonder maybe if he was thinking this is an opportunity to take out a really, really good player.
Yeah.
Like, do I want to take out a really good player, or do I want to give a really good player more chips? And he elected for the I'm going to try to eliminate the threat.
Yeah, obviously, he's been running good. He's probably the chip leader in the tournament. So I think the opportunity cost was on Steve Zima's side, is what he was thinking. And Jack Ring found his spot in the big blind to go all in, and
All right.
Steve will fold right away, and he'll scoop back his big blinds and just profit 10K, 20K, I guess. There isn't quite yet that kind of that buzz when or that anxiety raising when we're getting closer to being on the bubble. It's not quite at that point. We got a few more eliminations before it's more palpable. I think in the top of your screen, Kurt Veerstraight still in. No, that's not Kurt Veerstraight. Sorry, that's Tony Euler. Recognize that hoodie. But the dead giveaway was those white Nike socks. That's Tony Euler any day of the week. I think we
All right.
still
Got
got, oh boy.
Got a raise, Queen Jack offsuit from Sid. Not seen a lot of Sid thus far.
No. He was at our feature table last night. He's going to raise it up against Steve, running into a monster. So pay attention. Steve with aces is going to put enough in the pot to put Sid all in.
So yeah, that's the thing here about the raise like that is,
That's a big raise to 83K.
and the rest of them are going in.
Yep, it's time.
And he is up against, yeah, that's the look of the aces, right? You didn't even have to know what Steve had. As soon as you saw the look on Sid's face, you knew exactly the kind of hand that Steve had. So let's see if Sid can stay alive.
Oh, ace on the flop.
Boy. Things are very desperate for Sid at this point.
Gonna need runner, and that's going to be check mark for Steve. Steve is going to knock out Sid Jarrett, and he's up now to about just under 800K in chips.
Oh, boy.
Lingering thoughts from Steve Zima.
What did I start?
Yeah.
You know, I don't think I ever see Steve Bella not wearing a Live Lucky hat. He really likes those hats. There might be something to this.
He's color coordinating today. Generally, it's a white and green Live Lucky hat. But that brings us down to 24, as far as we know. If there's been any other eliminations on the other tables. I see the professor, Bob Silskar, is still in there from Mayville. Paul Johnson is still in the field.
And now pocket kings for our chip leader. Raises to 45,000. Oh, we might get a call. Yeah, he's going to get a call here with pocket sixes. Okay,
Especially
let's
out of the big
go.
blind. Jackson's priced in.
Let's go.
So battle of the two big chip stacks
King
once again.
6-4. King 6-4. Sixes still behind. So a check from Jackson over to Steve.
It's like 85,000 or 65,000.
Oh, wow. Jackson's not buying what Steve is selling. Makes the call.
Ooh, okay.
Got a 10 on the turn.
Jackson check again. Steve's really reaching. I think he grabbed, did he grab a red chip? Those cranberries? I think those are worth 100K. That 120. Jackson will fold.
And he shows Jackson and everyone else at the table as pocket kings. Again, our winner here this afternoon, or probably evening, will be going home with $8,000 for first place. As we get closer to the cash bubble, the first cash amount is $550. If you can be lucky enough to make the final table, you'll be up to $850. And again, $8,000 up on top for first place. Down to 23 players remaining, so average stack is 578,000. Jackson with a suited ace-jack. Out of the small blind, raises into the big blind, and Steve, and he will fold. Now, 134 players, a huge turnout here this weekend, creating a $32,000 prize pool.
Which is great for our sponsoring charity, because 20% of that, I don't know if that's pre or post 20%, but that goes to West Fargo Rural Fire Department, who donates a lot of money to the community and keeps the fire department up and running. And circle back on it from yesterday is any one of these tournaments you see and you attend, there is a sponsoring charity to it, and every dollar that you spend, 20% of that will go towards helping out the local communities. Some other things West Fargo Rural Fire has funded is they actually helped pay for an entire prom for one of our area schools. So giving the kids, what they deserve on their senior year or junior year, and having a good dance and good way to end the year. Can't be mad at that.
No, and it's important to always remember when you play in these different events is that, there is a nice chunk that is going to the charity that is putting this on, and the production gets a little bit. Got to bring all the tables in and get all that going, and then the charity wins, the players win by having A, the tournament to come and play, and B, money that they can win from the prize pool.
Yes. So we'll see if Steve calls here.
All right, so we got a call. It's kings versus ace-5 of diamonds.
Okay, 6, 7, 5. Steve will pairs 5. That helps, but that doesn't put him in the lead. 6 on the turn, no help for Steve Belland. It's a good card for Jack. Jack's avoiding a 5-outer from Steve Belland, and a deuce on the river gives Jack the check mark and the double up.
All right, so not that long ago, we saw him go to from 57 to 120 or whatever it was, and now here he is going from that. He's now up to 314, moving in the right direction.
And to kind of add to just what we were talking about with the charitable gaming aspect, starting July 1st, so $300 has been the cap on the buy-in for these tournaments for many, many, many years. And when you account for inflation and all these things, it's really not that much. So starting July 1st, the state has raised that buy-in amount to $1,500.
That's a nice jump up.
Now, we will say, we understand that not everyone has the $1,500. Everyone that's here can afford the $300 just fine. But say for these bigger tournaments, we can have a $300 buy-in and then $300 add-ons or rebuys. Now you're generating, 5 times the prize pool, which equates to more money for the charity, more money for the community, more money for the players to play for. So it is a big win. Not that you'll see every tournament's going to be just more expensive, but it allows, some of these charities aren't really like, oh, I can only make like $1,000 and I have a couple staff on all weekend. Now it opens that up to let's all do poker tournaments. And it makes sense now at that price point. You know, and a lot of these players who play every weekend, they go down to the cities and they're playing much bigger buy-ins and they're firing 3-4 bullets on a $400 buy-in. So if we can retain some of those players up in the North Dakota area, then it's a win-win for everybody.
Well, Jack is on quite the run here. Pulls up ace-king offsuit in this hand. So he limps in with ace-king.
Dirty dog, jack ring.
Well, under position, maybe hoping that somebody else would come over the top. Disguise his hand a little bit more. Talk about disguising your hand. Steve calls with sevens. And now the option in the big blind to Steve with ace-queen. Is this a squeeze spot for Steve?
Oh, gosh.
It definitely is a squeeze spot.
Get the heck out of here.
I like it. I like it. He's going to find out real quickly who's got what.
Whoa, jack folded. Ace king.
It looks like everybody's going to fold and look like that.
Wow.
That is an experienced poker player seeing a bunch of limping going on around the table.
Yeah. Holy cow. Great play from Steve. Jack maybe had just a little bit too many chips to do the big jam.
Mm-hmm.
All in or nothing. Would have made that decision a little bit harder for Steve to just shove all in, but all the limps, you're just giving him free chips.
And with that pot now, he is at about $750,000, working his way up to 1 million chips. All right, clubs, clubs, and more clubs. Not surprising, we didn't see any clubs hit the flop. King, queen behind as Steve catches a deuce on that flop.
Did you fix camera 3 so that it's a little bit more to the left so jack ring isn't always covered up, C5 always covered up by the graphics? Trying to eat this massive caramel roll, but these plastic forks are no match for the 2-pound caramel roll.
It looks like we're going to have 3 players see the flop together
All
here.
right.
None of them with real premium hands. Let's see what transpires post-flop. Pair of 7s for Jack and a flush draw for Steve. And Steve bets that draw. 20,000 is his bet. And that's enough to get everyone to fold.
There you go. Some other notables in the field. Jason Kramer's still out there. It's quiet, though. You'd never know it.
Kramer.
Apparently, early afternoons is not quite woken up yet.
Did you see the comment about volume issues? You guys weren't loud enough? I just put it up on the screen and I saw it in the comments. I don't know where it was, but
Okay. We can turn it up. Also, Miles Barnum is out there in the field. He's from Montana. Actually, we were saying last night he's the 5th all-time cash list in Montana on Hendon Mob. Only needs to score another $8 million to jump into first.
To take out Todd Brunson.
I believe so. Yeah.
I think Todd officially would be from Montana. But you know, every little bit helps.
It does. Miles is, I mean, total live earnings, $500,000. Best live cash, $72K. That's, Miles is definitely a little crusher out there. David Sands, $2.4 mil, is the Montana all-time money list.
So I guess Brunson must be out of Las Vegas then, I would imagine.
What was his first name?
Todd Brunson,
Todd Brunson.
son of Doyle Brunson.
Oh. Yep, Las Vegas. Actually, only 4.8 mil in live earnings.
Okay.
Got an all-in here from Jackson, facing Dave and Jack Ouellette, both with the flush draw.
So Dave in a nice spot here to double up.
And he can really only finance 2 full orbits around the table. And he's going to be in the big blind in just a few short hands. So, but do you want to call someone who's going all in?
Mm-hmm.
Gotta love when those rogue coughs come right up on you, right into the microphone.
Getcha.
I think Jackson being aggressive here just might win him the pot. I think the only... Oh, Jack's alive.
All right, he did make the call.
Dave is all in. All right.
So he calls and he's ahead. He probably is pretty surprised that that's the way that came out. But Jackson does have 8 outs.
10 will give Dave a better chance at winning this hand.
Yeah.
He needs to avoid a 9 or a 5. 5-outer for Jackson. And it is an ace of diamonds, and Dave Ouellette is going to double up. I was going to say, before I saw Jack move, I think the only move I've seen Jack, his puppy, do is fall deeper into sleep. But he's awake.
Hey, looked up there. It's like, hey, look, we got more chips coming in, Dad. Sweet. So that will drop Jackson under $1 million in chips.
Whoa.
So Jackson Skierseth with that loss now goes under $1 million. Dave now moves up to 4th place in chips at this feature table, having 378,000.
Still a long way to a comfortable chip stack.
Sure.
But we've got some players on the chopping block, that's for sure.
Well, the emotion of, God, I'm probably behind. I'm going to need some help too. Oh, I'm ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, I won.
Those are nice little surprises.
And now he picks up pocket tens in the very next hand.
You definitely feel like when your run is starting to happen, you have to capitalize on it the best you can. And
The getting's good.
Yeah. So Ron Miller's going to go all in for just $60K with Ace Jack. We'll see if this was should have not waited so long, but he does have a nice hand. 2 overs.
Okay, and Steve calls out of the big blind. So 3 players to the flop, and Ron will have his tournament life holding on Ace Jack, and there we go. That's what you do.
Okay, Ace 4-9 on the flop. We'll see a check.
This would be a triple up if Ron Miller could hold on. There will be a side pot between Dave and Steve. And as it runs out, Ron is going to win the main pot. And the side pot went to Steve. Dave, excuse me, went to Dave.
I don't even know if there was any. There was no side action, so I think
there was
the whole
no
thing did go to Ron.
Okay.
But still only at 210K. Essentially at the 10 bigs level.
Feels better than 60.
Yeah, I'll tell you that much. Triple up is definitely preferred over the double. Someone we haven't really seen much do anything, been very card dead, Charles Funfar, sitting there in seat 1. I don't think we've really called his name at all.
Yeah.
He has been far from fun.
Hi-yo.
Oh.
Grinding it out there in the 1 seat.
They could probably handle being card dead in the beginning of the day, but when you're getting into the 10th, 11th, 12th hour of a day 1 or a late night, being card dead is how do you stay in it mentally? That's one of the biggest parts of this game that I think just isn't talked about enough.
Yeah, you can learn all the skill you want with playing, odds and math and, the right way to play and the optimum way to play the game. But that is something that is kind of the X factor, is the psychological end of it, which obviously you can train for that as well, as you can put yourself into the right mind frame to, stay clear, stay focused.
Good way to exercise your mind to be in this situation is perhaps watching paint dry.
Yeah.
That would be a good way.
Well, just like that, We got them all in. So Charles' tournament life is on the line.
He has dominated a 2-outer and 8 on the turn.
All right.
It's the 2-outer.
Now only a 10 will win for Steve.
Needs to fade a 2-outer to remain in this tournament. And it is a 3 of hearts.
Look at that. We just talked about him, and
Charles
doubles it up.
He is a fun guy, all right. What hand are we on? That'll get your blood pumping a little bit, and you're like, okay, we're back a little bit. We got some cards.
Well, he even did the stand-up. He was ready to go.
Yeah.
It's a great feeling when you stood up and think, well, that's going to be the end of my day. And like, oh, I guess it's not. I'll sit back down.
Suppose we'll hang out here a little bit longer. Steve Belland will fold Jack King. Looks like we might have a player coming to the table soon. With those chips or the chip racks there, possibly. Nope, we're probably coloring up. Getting ready for a color up. We're going to take the 1,000 denoms off. Definitely want to thank all the dealers that made it out here, starting with Friday night's Turbo Night into yesterday, and now day 2 and the Black Chip Bounty event. Without our dealers, we'd be self-dealing.
Yeah, and nobody wants that.
Nope. And they are here essentially volunteering their time, and tips from the players is what allows us to pay them. It's kind of like when you're donating plasma, but you're really selling your plasma. Let's call it what it is. That's always bothered me. Ron Miller will scoop in the pot there. Is that the Gold Nugget in Vegas or the Golden Nugget in New Salem, North Dakota?
I'm guessing by the look of it, that would be the corporate Golden Nugget logo.
Yeah.
Could be Atlantic City.
Okay.
Could be Las Vegas.
Ah, that's right. They have more than one property.
Nope.
It'll be interesting to see how, we'll hold that thought. Jackson Skier said pocket aces. Let's see how he reacts, see what he does, take notes.
Raises to 50K. Oh boy.
Pretty standard raise. Charles is not going to be having much fun in the not so far distant future. Don't really have the chips to slow play. Is it a dangerous enough stack where, I mean, he's just going to raise to 150K? At that point, you should probably just get them all in.
Well, I got news for you, Charles. You're going to have to put more chips in.
Yeah.
Because we're now back to Jackson.
Because I guess the question is, would you fold if you were re-raised, or are you going to just be calling regardless? the only information you really get from a re-raise is my kings are probably not good
Here
here.
comes the face. There it
Oh,
is.
yeah.
That's the ace's face.
Charles, don't go too far. It wouldn't be the first time aces got cracked. This would bring Jackson, if he wins this, back to essentially starting balance, up over $1 million. Your flop comes and it's deuce 3-9. Oh, just complete blank. A king has been used up in the deck. Charles is going to be a true one-outer if he can find the case king. It's a 6, okay.
Okay, hold
We
on,
got
Charles.
a 5-outer now. Any club or king. Charles is walking offset. And it is a 7 of hearts. And Charles Funfar will be eliminated. Jackson Skierseth back up to 1.3 million in chips. The aces do not get cracked.
Yeah. Well, that is the best case scenario when you have aces, is to be up against another pocket pair to make it difficult. You got about as much sweat as you're going to get out of another pocket pair there.
Yeah.
Having to fade 5 outs on the river, but with doing that, as you mentioned, gets back up to 1.3 million, right around where he started this day.
It's good maintaining. The blind level's going up. You still have a very dangerous stack. And once again, there's our payouts. $8,000 is what we're playing for up top. Which, if you spend $8,000, all of it at Menards, and you get your 11% rebate, you're really cheat coding your way to $8,800. Shout out Menards. Jackson right back into it will raise to 50K.
It doesn't look like there'll be any action here. So Jackson wins another.
Most importantly, picking up big blind at the ante from Ron. Ron is one of the short stacks at the table, and that stings to have to just give that away to our second chip leader at the table. Sounds like a break will be coming up here shortly. We'll see if we get any action this hand. Wouldn't that suck if your dog had a tell? His eyes perk up, you have aces.
If the dog gave away the tells, wouldn't that be something?
Dave will raise to 55K.
Right. Jackson in the big blind. Wants to see a flop.
Oh, that's a dream flop for Jackson.
Well, fortunately for Dave, he missed.
Yeah.
But he's probably going to take a swing here on the turn, or on the flop, excuse me.
Not a small swing either. That's going to be about third or fourth of his chip stack, 65K. Jackson, he's not going anywhere. Hate to break it to you. Question is, does he smooth call here? Not much can hit. I mean, obviously you have the Broadway draw. You're a little, it's in your mind. 9 helps with the coordinated board. Jackson will check again. Let's see what Dave does. I imagine he's going to slow down.
Inventorying what he has left. And really now with 270 in the pot, he only has one bet to make.
Immediately following this hand, we will be taking a break. We'll have some new players out there, and yikes.
Oh boy.
He's going to bet 100K. Jackson is all in. Dave is just, eh. Do you call with nothing, or do you come back from break?
You don't even have a draw. I mean, there's really nothing you're drawing to. You got to figure that you're only drawing to the ace at best.
Yeah. Yikes.
Unfortunate spot there for Dave. Could have checked to see the river for free.
Yep, and that's going to do it for this side of the break. Well, when we come back, continue our feature table action for our DPT Spring Championship. See who will win $8,000 here today. See you guys all very soon. Yeah. Getting all wrapped up in my cables. Yeah. Hi. Hi. You happy? We are now officially back. Sorry for
Okay.
that. We'll have to retell that. But Jackson Skiers Seth, Pocket Jacks versus Mike Anderson's Ace Jack.
Pocket jacks.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, boy.
Well, we can start the counter now. Ace and two aces out there.
Yeah, that's going to do it. Jackson drawing dead. Mike's going to double up.
Wow.
That's pocket jacks for you, bud.
Yep. So Steve Zima is playing. He was not going to come here originally. He skipped 4 grad parties.
Yep.
And his nephew's grad parties in Detroit Lakes. So he has a hard stop time.
He does. He told me that it was 2:30. He negotiated he would come and play from noon to 2:30.
Oh, boy.
And then head to the grad party. So he will, in about 3 or 4 minutes here, be leaving. And he will be blinded off of his 2.3 million in chips.
But we have 18 players. Wait, are we down to 18? We're down to 22. His blinds need to survive 4 eliminations, and he could easily cash in this. And I think the odds are in his favor.
There's no way that he would not cash.
Yeah.
But how much money he will win being blinded off is yet to be determined. There's a fun storyline.
Steve could potentially final table.
He could. It could be an
so many in chips.
empty-seated final table.
And then it came down to Steve Zima and the chip leader at that point. And
Well, I had said, is there any chance you would come back? And he had said, we'll see how the day goes, is all he responded. So we'll see.
very open-ended. Dave Ouellette all in 63K just before we left, ran into Jackson Skierseth and kind of lost more chips than he maybe should have. Someone's going to call here.
Jackson Skierseth on the button with ace 3. He calls. Steve Zima will fold.
Oh, and Mike Anderson.
Okay,
pocket
so
kings.
he originally was all in, then Dave went all in behind him.
That's not looking good for Dave. With pocket kings, Dave's hand king 3. He's looking for 3s and 3s only at this point, or some kind of a split pot. But it's not looking good for Dave and Jack.
Jack, who might be spending the afternoon on the couch.
And they still have to drive back to Dickinson tonight,
Oh my gosh.
or at least today. But Dave, max late reg, 10 minutes to spare, Dave bought into this tournament after busting out of Rough Riders tournament in Bismarck. And it's looking as if Dave has outs. That's what you want, is the cards to be low, coordinated. 3 outer for Dave. Can he hit the 5 on the river? And it is a 9. So Mike Anderson will eliminate Dave Ouellette in 22nd place. We are now 3 players away from seeing the cash line.
All right. Steve Zima, I guess, is going to have one more hand, maybe?
Question is he driving with family or is he driving out there alone?
I think he's driving out there alone was the impression I got.
Okay, because traffic on a Sunday on Highway 10 is historically terrible.
Well, he can't make an excuse that something happened that held him up because it's on a live stream. So
Just don't tell his family this is a 30-minute delay.
buy himself some more time. Ay, ay, ay.
Fortunately, this is not a tag team tournament.
So Jackson makes it 75,000 with King Queen. Action now on Steve. And Steve calls. Earlier this feature table, Steve got a big double up through the chip leader, Steve Zima, and I also asked Steve Bellin during break about that, and he had said that Steve asked him. We were a little surprised that he had called, and he had said Steve asked him, well, do you want to call? Steve Bellin said, absolutely, and that's why he called.
Wow. A little swindler.
Yeah, and so he doubled up there, and now has been hovering between 600 and 700,000 chips.
Do you ever believe a poker player when you ask that question?
Well,
There's some telling, perhaps. Yeah, it's like a prisoner's dilemma. Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
well, here Steve and his ace-jack are behind, and Jackson's betting into him. Behind as far as the board goes, but as we can see that Steve's ace-jack is still in the lead technically. But Jackson taking advantage of the betting opportunity.
would you ever say, I really don't want you to call? I guess when you look at it that
Well,
way.
you know, the reverse tells are a thing too.
So yeah, I'm going to call you if you say that.
Never ask a question that you don't want to hear the answer to.
Yeah.
That's a life and marriage lesson that's absolutely free. That one's on the house.
Thank you.
Never ask a question that you don't want to hear the answer to. So Steve Zima, still the chip leader at this feature table at 2 million in chips. Well, we're past Steve Zima's pumpkin time, according to what he told me.
Jack Ring, aces, all in for 159,000.
And no action for the aces.
We'll pick up the blinds and antes, which is worth 75K. That's a lot. Jack just pushed in, was it 150 so? 150K. It's a significant portion of his chip stack. All right, Steve Zima, the one who's not here, raises to 75K with Queen Jack. And Steve Belland, we have an opportunity to add to the win-loss column of Pocket Jacks. Is Chris Gray new at the table? I think so. Mike
All right.
Anderson is certainly new.
Yep, Mike is facing a decision here with ace 10. And it looks like pocket jacks are going to win a hand, but no flop.
No flop, so it does not count.
Yeah, they got to win after the flop in order to be accounted an official win for jacks. But don't tell Steve that because he just scooped up a pot by a raise pre-flop.
Wasn't Zima like a 90s alcoholic drink?
It was the original clear malt beverage of the 90s. Get yourself a Jolly Rancher, pop it in the Zima. It was the drink back in the day, tell you what.
Okay, Zima calls for 30K. Mike Anderson goes all in with pocket sevens for just under $500,000. Steve with Ace King has a big decision to make. This would be for half his chip stack. I think this might be a situation where you'd like to be raising with Ace King instead of calling with Ace King.
Yeah, always feels better to raise than call with that hand.
Oh, that changes it. Raises it all in for 1.1 million. So Steve would be all in to call. Steve Balland always takes his time on probably 95% of his decisions. Both to make a player sweat a little bit and to just diagnose the hand, go through it, make sure he's making the right call, even though we might be able to make some quick decisions. It's kind of like comedians when they call it sitting in the pocket, when they tell a joke and they can just sit in silence a little bit and let a joke
Wait for it.
stew and really go through people's heads. Get back to the action here on our feature table. I believe we have two tables left. No, we shouldn't be. It's three, but not many on the other two either. I think we're just 2 or 3 eliminations away from going down to 2 tables. Ron Miller will go all in with pocket 4s. When did Steve get under 2 million? Was that just a few hands ago?
Yeah, had a couple of hands that didn't go his way, and he's going to try to eliminate a player here with 6-7 offsuit.
Okay, he's got 2 overs.
Out of the big blind was already in for 60,000, so another 100 made sense to him. And here comes the flop.
Every chip he accumulates, there's a 5 and a 9. We need a 7 or an 8. A 4. Now just 6 outs for Steve Zima if he wants to eliminate Ron Miller. 3 or an 8. And it is a queen of diamonds.
You got to wonder if Steve is thinking, yeah, I should have left.
Probably in a couple different ways, yeah. Left the hand and left the ballroom.
Well, in the end, it's going to be Ron Miller who doubles up there in seat number 6.
I mean, if you're on borrowed time right now and you know you need to leave, and you're like, I'm going to stay for a little bit longer than I should, you really do want to try to accumulate a few more chips, make it that many more orbits around the table. But at the same time, you don't want to just kind of dock your chips away to the rest of these short stacks. Then it's the opposite effect that you're looking for, is to be able to blind out to make it into the money. Ron Miller with ace queen. Likely see a shove there, and there's our first appearance of the wife and son there. That's the first official appearance of River on TV, and it was the
There you
back
go.
of his head.
Well, you got to start somewhere.
I swear, balding is from the mom's side of the family. He doesn't have his whole hair yet, but he does take after me right now. That's what it looks like.
All right, so we got an all-in and a call.
A little bit better calling with at least pocket sevens versus Steve Zima calling with something not even, is it 6-7, 4-5, king. Pretty big pot here. King on the turn. Ron's going to need an ace or a queen only to stave off elimination. Jackson looking to scoop up a nice sized pot, launch him back up there. There's a jack on the river, and Jackson's going to send Ron home. Don't go too far, Ron. Take a break, but then go buy into our black chip bounty event. Just under, you got probably 2 hours and 15 minutes till you can buy in. Every elimination will earn you $100 in bounties. And we are now one player closer to breaking down to 2 tables. I've definitely seen Jackson in this position being with a large chip stack. And then I've seen him kind of get into spots that kind of gives up a lot of that chip stack. I don't know all the situations, but he's in a familiar spot with a big chip lead, at least on this table. So it'd be really cool to see him pull off a nice win, or at least run even deeper. I'm going to look up. So I think this is in total in the DPT history. Jackson has 5 cashes, 6 final tables, and 4 titles. So he has won tournaments. He won, 11, 15, 25 out at the Castleton Vets Club. He actually won a black chip bounty event at the Windbreak, won a Friday Night Turbo at the Castleton Vets Club, and a Friday Night Turbo in Haggie's in 2024. So, like I said, Jackson,
He's been able to close the deal.
Yes, he has. So it's kind of like with the Wolves. It's kind of the opposite. They can get really far, but they can't close the deal. Or the Wild, or the Vikings. Not the Lynx, though. Shout out Lynx.
We got a raised pot here with some developing hands. Both Steve and Mike have pocket sixes. And Steve's going to call from the big blind.
I love when two terrible cards make it into the flop and then those cards come up, but that is not the case this time. Wasn't much more for Steve to see a flop, and I think it's definitely worth it. Who expects a 7-4 offsuit to be out there? But Jackson will pair his kings.
Everyone checks to the turn.
A jack would split the pot up for everybody. Oh, Steve, you dirty dog, you. He's going to bet 35,000, just over the minimum. 7-4 is going to bet like he potentially has the jack or an ace. River is a queen of diamonds.
Check.
Yeah.
Jackson's going to grab that one, and he will now officially be over the 2 million chip pot, and I believe I hear we're going hand for hand.
All right, that means we're down to 19. See Jackson, again, he's getting momentum. I like to see this. It's what you want going into the next stage of a tournament. Got some shout outs for our YouTube viewers. Robert Baker letting us know that he couldn't hear us. Thank you. That was from a long time ago. Hopefully that's been resolved. Jim Kajos, the KJOS, Kios. Aaron Bennett, give you a shout out as well. Thanks for tuning in. Got 30 of you guys watching at home. We're at 432 subscribers last night. Smashed our goal, going up by 1. Let's hit 435 today. A nice, humble goal. Let's get to 435 if you guys are watching on YouTube, which is the only place you would be watching. Go ahead and hit the subscribe button so you can be notified when we do go live.
Mike was the first one to put chips into this pot pre-flop with a raised 100K, and now he will go again here on the turn with 200,000. And we'll get no call from Chris.
You know, I'm hoping Dirk Gertis is still out there in the field and then he makes it onto the feature table. Yesterday, I've noticed this over the years that Dirk Gertis tends to wear what looks like the most comfortable hoodies ever.
Ooh.
And today is no exception. His hoodie game or sweatshirt game is on point, and I need to know where he shops. I do see Miles Barnum still out there. I think that's Paul Johnson, the Professor, Bob Silskar. I think Tony Euler's still out there. Still those white Nike Crew high socks on your bottom left side of the screen. And Steve Zima, notably still here. Pocket nines.
I don't know, maybe the governor issued a stay. I don't know what, what the situation is there, but
We will try to stay out of.
yeah, I don't want
affairs.
to. Yeah, I don't want to get into his dealings. But he told me flat out that he was going to be leaving. So that's all I have to go on.
Wow. 3 aces on the flop. Everyone has trips now, but only Steve Zima has a full house. He will bet 80K.
Mike calls, so Mike can still make a better full house with a king or a 10. So I'm guessing he obviously is putting him on drawing cards or on a small pocket pair, which is what he's on, is the mid pocket nines. We had raise and an all-in and a fold. So we had
Wow.
a bet, a raise, an all-in, and a fold. And Steve Zima is the recipient
Wow.
of that pot.
Coming up on our 3rd hour of play on day 2. We restarted at noon. Down to our final 2 tables. Top prize today, $8,000 for first place. And if you want to get in on the action of poker this weekend, you can still come on down to the DoubleTree in West Fargo, right behind the Blarney Stone, because we have our Black Chip Bounty event currently underway. Registration still open for about 2 hours.
And they already had 5 tables as of
Yeah.
about 45 minutes or so ago. So
Great numbers.
yeah, going to have a nice afternoon of poker being played over there. Some of the outer tables. This is our featured table as we work towards the payday of the money, which would be 550 is the first pay level. As we are waiting, as we're hand for hand.
Ah, right. Like, God, can we speed this up already? No, we cannot. It is hand for hand. Next elimination, we will be down to 2 tables. whole lot of action going on right there.
Blind versus blind with Jackson and Steve. We got more action on the turn. A bet from Steve Zima gets a fold from Jackson Skierseth. So Steve getting close to getting back to that 2 million chip point. Started the day with around 2.3 or 2.4 million.
Yeah.
Playing six-handed here as we're working our way down to our pay of 18 players.
And we just got the word to deal another hand. And once we get down to our final table, I'll get out there and do the whole intro in case you missed me. Highly doubtful, though. Jackson with 10-8 offsuit. What are your plans for this summer, Chris?
A lot of golf to be played this summer. My kids are done with traveling basketball and volleyball, and so going to play a lot of golf this summer.
Yeah.
Got a couple of trips planned. Going to go spend some time in lovely Okoboji, Iowa.
Oh.
Yeah, it's commonly known as the Monte Carlo of Iowa, or not.
Or not.
But yeah.
I have never been to Okoboji, but I hear great things. I hear it's a hot spot.
Yeah.
It's around a lake, right?
Yeah, of course,
Lake
and we're
Okoboji.
going without kids, which seems counterproductive, but
When was the last time you did that?
we haven't done a whole lot without our kids, so
Sounds like you love them.
I think so.
Yeah.
Whether or not they love me is the question.
I'm sure they do. We're still hand for hand right now?
Still hand for hand, plenty of
There's-
time to kill here.
Okay. They're just looking at the other table, I guess, spectating, if you will.
All right.
Now we sit back down.
Back to another hand. The short stack's desperately holding on to get into the top 18 so they can make some money. That was the plan when they walked in the door yesterday here at the DoubleTree, and again the plan this morning when they walked back in. Yeah, this could be another spot where you sneakily pick up a nice little stack of chips because all the short stacks are trying to play so conservative. And so
Yeah.
if you have one player that is kind of taking advantage of some of that and realizing the scenario, that you could pick up 2-3 hands in a row and pick yourself up 225,000 or so extra chips.
That would go a long way going into a 18-handed and
Yep.
into the final table. Certainly.
We had a raise to 60,000 from Jackson, then Mike made it 180. So now we're back to Jackson with ace 5. And he will fold. And Steve Zima still here in seat 9.
This is not the Steve Zima you were looking for.
The pulled pork sandwiches at the graduation aren't going to eat themselves, Steve. But then again, neither will the $8,000 that you're hopefully trying to win.
You can buy all sorts of pulled pork sandwiches with that.
But he was adamant that he could not miss that grad party.
Well, I mean, it starts.
It starts at 4, but
It ends.
because we're now past 3 o'clock.
Yeah,
He originally said 2:30. We're now past 3 o'clock. So here's the question.
Yes.
I have to leave at 4 for a grad party. Who leaves first, me or the guy who's playing for $8,000?
Are you getting paid $8,000 to do this?
No,
gig?
no,
Okay.
I am not.
Then
I am
think you'll
not.
be leaving first.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, it is a whole hour away, but you never know.
yeah, he told me that the grad party is in Detroit Lakes, which is about an hour drive from Fargo Moorhead. So maybe he was planning on leaving at 2:30 Pacific time.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know.
Oh, honey, I thought you meant I could leave Pacific time.
I'm sorry. My watch and my phone are all messed up.
Meanwhile, Steve Bellin raises to 65K with Queen Deuce suited. This is kind of a positional play.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to steal those blinds and antes from the smaller chip stacks on the table.
Did get a call from Chris.
Not so great for Steve. That's a shove all in from Chris Gray. Is that a call? That was a call. Wow. Oh, but we're hand for hand. So when there's an all-in and call, hold the action. But I think they might have caught up on from the other table. So we are able to. So you don't influence action. There is an all-in and call, but you don't expose cards. Steve, true one outer, 7 on the turn, deuce and a deuce only will eliminate Chris Gray on the bubble. And it's a deuce! Oh my God! Heartbreak. Steve Belland will eliminate Chris Gray on the bubble, rivering the deuce.
There was one deuce left.
Wow.
Isn't.
Absolutely disgusting. That is not the way you want to go out on the bubble. That story will be told to everyone in this room for the next hour and a half.
Wow.
Oh, wow. So we are going to take a short break. When we come back, we got a reshuffling of the players, and we will be down to 2 tables. Someone today is taking home $8,000. We'll see you all on the other side. We are ready, baby.
Here we go. Here we go.
Down to 2 tables here on our DPT Spring Championship. Fresh faces at the table. And let's go ahead and start introducing them so we can get this show on the road right away. In seat 1, we have the Professor Bob Silskar of Mayville sitting with $240K in chips. Seat 2, 5th all-time money list of Montana, Miles Barnum with $660K. Seat 3, Jason Kramer of Fargo, $475K. Tony Euler, seat 4, $925K, also from Fargo. Austin Christensen, definitely our short stack at the table, tied with Bob with $240K. Seat 6, Pha Trong, $480K. He's also from Fargo. Jackson Skierseth, he was at the table all day already, so we know who he is. 1.6 million chips. Mike Anderson also moved seats from seat 1 to seat 8. He's got $1 million in chips. And rounding off our table, seat 9, Don Drummond. Actually, the lowest in chips at our table. Barely holding on by a thread with $190K just to make it into the money.
So one person who is still in the field but is not in the building is Steve Zima.
He
finally did leave.
Yes.
I don't know what his chip stack was when he left. I think it was right around 2 million flat.
Yeah.
So he played to get into the money and then took off.
Gave the information so he can get paid. And then, yeah, as soon as that was there, I've never seen a guy run so fast.
So it'll be interesting to see how long, with blinds at 20, 40, 40, can 2 million chips last in a tournament. Does he get to the final table?
Does he final table without even being here? Blinds 20, yeah, so what is that? 100K to finance an orbit around the table,
Yep.
So that's 20 orbits. So that's possible. He could final table.
That would be quite a remarkable feat. But he had a grad party he had to get to, and so he stayed as long as he could. He wasn't even going to come today.
Yeah.
And he had over 2 million chips when we started at noon. But here he is, now in the money. The top 18 are getting paid. The first jump in money goes at 15, from 550 to 650.
Yeah.
So the big money, obviously, you get to the final table, then you start talking about, $850 or $1,000 for 9th and 8th place. Not that all of it isn't big money,
No. But when your buy-in's only $300, you definitely want to at least try to triple that investment, I'd say. So yeah, $8,000, top place. This is exciting. I want to say this is the biggest number I've ever seen for a first place payout for a DPT tournament. 134 players down to 18. So we will see a winner this afternoon. Just an hour and a half left if you want to come down to the DoubleTree here in West Fargo. Hour and a half left to register for the Black Chip Bounty event to get $100 every time you knock a player out. Here we go. Hand 1. Miles is M-I-L. Miles is M-I-L. Sure? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of these faces are, it's not shocking that this is our 9 of the 18 players remaining.
Yeah,
at all.
A lot of familiar faces, a lot of known names.
Austin Christensen has 5 cashes, 5 final tables, 0 titles, sitting on your bottom left of the screen and in the 5th seat. Most recent cash on the Dakota Poker Tour for Austin was at Cactus Jacks on about a year and a month ago. Won $1,000, taking 5th place there. Average chip stack, 700,000. So basically miles up is sitting comfortable. Don Drummond will be all in for 190K with pocket 10s. And Miles Barnum picks up pocket queens in a nice position. He'll shove all in.
And only 190, or Don Drummond all in for 190. Miles gets the protection there. Everyone else is going to have to pay the full 760 if they want to continue on. And it looks like they will not, and so we'll be heads up.
Might see our first elimination for our feature table. First payout. Don, back of your head makes a... Oh, and a 10 on the flop.
Well, that's one way to stay alive. We've already seen one outer at this feature table. Can we see another one?
Miles Barnum searching for the case queen. Can he hit it on the river? And it is a face card, but the wrong value. It's a jack. And Don Drummond hits trips, hits the set.
It's a set of 10s.
It's a set of 10s on the flop.
Nice.
And will double up through Miles Barnum. Just talking with Miles on break, and he's bringing smiles back to poker. He said his one rule when he's playing poker and he sees photographers is I have to have a smile or I look like I'm having fun, which is against what would you call it? The meta of faces of poker. You usually want a stoic face, but no, Miles says we need to show that we're having fun at these tournaments.
This is a good time.
So
I enjoy doing this.
more people are like, hey, it looks like that circuit, that tour, that tournament, they have people having fun there. So he said he noticed a tournament in Michigan. All these photos come out and everyone's smiling. So Miles impacting the game of poker and perhaps not just through his chips and his cards, but through positivity and smiles, which we could all smile a little bit more.
Well, Smile had a little bit of a sarcastic look to it there after you had just had your queens cracked. But that's part of the game too, because you always got to be careful. What makes you laugh will make you cry.
Yeah.
So,
Buzz all in for 400K. Yeah, you just can't call that. That was a massive hit to Miles' chip stack. 480K, that's just above that 10 big blind threshold. That stings.
yeah, well, and nothing you do about it. You did exactly what is supposed to be done. You just got unlucky.
Here we've got our first ticker of the afternoon. It's usually evening when we're doing this. Heidi, our dealer, has knocked out 9 players. Travis, 3. Barry, just 1.
Oh, Heidi with a commanding lead.
Yeah.
Dealing at this feature table.
I think Miles, another pocket pair and another opportunity to call. So this would be another half of his chip stack if he decides to call. I think he just had pocket 3s. At worst, you're thinking you're probably in a coin flip, at least 2 overs.
That's what you'd be hoping for. And he decides to let it go.
Or rather, that would be at best, it's a
Yeah,
coin flip.
yep.
Now Jack Skierseth, Jack King suited, and he's going to make the call. Has an opportunity here to knock out Bob Silskar. Jackson is behind, but has 2 live cards.
So Bob in seat 1 trying to double up, stay alive with the dream of 8K still in play.
Oh, an ace, but 2 clubs on the flop. Looks like 4 clubs have been eliminated from other hands. So Jackson with the 4 outer. Can he find one of the 4 remaining clubs left in the deck? And he does! A 4 of clubs on the turn. Bob is going to need an ace or a 4 only on the river. Can he find one of 4 outs to stay alive and double up through Jackson? And the professor, I'm sorry, but your time here, you may have tenured, but not here on this poker table. Bob Silskar eliminated in 17th place.
Could I also say class dismissed?
Class dismissed. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bob, don't forget your sweatshirt. Or unless that's not yours. Oh, that's actually Miles' everyday winning. Mentioned it last night, we'll mention it again. Miles Barnum does have a YouTube channel. If you want to go ahead and support him, he's looking for some more subscribers. Head on over to his YouTube channel. Let me make sure I pull it up and handle it correctly. Everyday winning Miles. He's at 831 subscribers. Let's see if we can get him up to 850. Speaking of subscribers, you're watching on our YouTube channel. That's the only way you'd be watching. We have 432 subscribers and 62 of you watching right now. If we can get to 440.
Ooh, let's go.
Yeah, that's only 8 more of you, but we have 2 all-ins. We have pocket 10s versus pocket jacks. What column does the tick mark go into? Is it the win or the loss for pocket jacks? We'll see if they hold up.
I think the jacks are going to hold up this time.
Yeah.
Austin Christensen is at risk. Let's see what happens.
It's a beautiful flop for Jackson.
It sure is. Nothing to be scared of there.
And it's a 1-outer. An ace. Can we hit another 1-outer? Austin Christensen needs this to stay alive. And the river is another ace. And Jackson Skierseth is going to get a little bit richer and eliminate Austin Christensen in 16th place.
And again, without even having to play a hand, Steve Zima moves up one more spot. 15 players left with his dead stack out there, just bleeding off the blinds and antes.
Yeah, we thought for a second, concluding that before this break, that he was kind of letting some chips go a little loosey-goosey, but ended up getting some of them back. So wondering if it was worth it for him to stay, but
well, it's a fun science experiment nonetheless that he had 2 million in chips, starting with 18 players. Can you make a final table without playing a hand when blinds are at 20, 40, 40? Can you get there?
yes.
That's the question.
We will only find out with time.
I mean, that's the cliffhanger I'm holding on. I'm going to be leaving here in a couple of minutes. And
Yeah.
I'm going to be tuning in later to see if he gets
You
there.
better. I'll let you know. That's for sure.
I might be subscriber number 433 here
You're
before
not
this
even
is
subscribed
done.
yet?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
The amount of time I spend on YouTube is almost zero.
So it really costs you nothing.
Let me help you out.
Yeah,
let me
help me
let me
out.
get in there right now so I don't have to listen to it. Oh, Chris Hansen doesn't even subscribe.
Not even he's subscribed. Oh, you haven't even set up your YouTube account yet.
Nope. Where am I at here? Let's see. Okay. I don't want a live chat. I am subscribed.
Okay, good.
I take that back. I must have.
No, now you're
No,
subscribed.
now I'm subscribed.
Okay.
Did we just bump up?
432. Let's refresh. 435. You were 435th.
Okay. There we go.
So we're just one step closer to 440. Just 5 of you need to subscribe.
I mean, YouTube TV, yes, I'm there quite a bit.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Speaking of, I need to cancel my 3-month trial. I only got it for the Wolves so I could watch, but then I found out you can only watch half the games.
Because of Prime.
Other half's on Prime, and which I do have, but it's just it's just the runaround. You have to find the games that you want to watch. No wonder your subscriptions are going up every month.
Well, it used to be we had 500 channels and you couldn't find anything to watch and you'd complain because you were spending $100 a month. Well, now you spend $150 a month with 5 million channels to watch and you're spending even more money. So it's really
just crazy. We'll fold around to Miles and he'll likely fold as well. Maybe not. You might be making a play here for the blinds and antes.
Okay. I ain't scared.
That's a raise to 100K.
Neither one of these hands from Kramer in the small blind or
Tony
Tony in the big blind, but
Tony's smart though. He's like, yeah, sometimes I just don't believe you.
I see what's going on maybe. All right.
Oh,
Wow.
Queen 4, ace.
Good news for
Boy,
Miles. He didn't catch any part of that.
Bad news for Miles. He's down to just over $250,000 and he's putting chips in the center.
Oh, no. I lost one of the biggest pots of my life playing Queen 4 out of the big blind. So I was on the other end of this.
There's some flashbacks for you.
Yep.
Tony's all in. Miles is certainly just going to fold.
Tama, Iowa, cash game, Meskwaki Casino.
Oh, God.
Yep. Never forget it.
Which brings us to our next sponsor is a therapist.
Yeah. Still, like I said earlier about the first Mo, like that will always be in my hand of playing Queen 4. I had straddled under the gun to $10 and there were 2 raises to 30 in front of me, and I looked down at Queen 4 offsuit, and I'm like, well, it's 20 more bucks to win. Okay, fine. And the flop was Queen Ace 4.
Okay.
All right, hit 2 pair.
Okay.
Little did I know, the very first person had pocket aces who made the initial raise.
Oh, my.
He bets, I re-raise, he goes all in. I'm like, well, the only hand he can have where I'm beat here would be ace queen or pocket
Yeah.
aces.
And
Or I didn't think he'd have pocket. Anyways, he had and I lost it all. That was a rather large hand. Anyway,
Jackson's got king queen. He's going to raise it up to 80K. Mike Anderson's going to shove all in with deuces.
here we go. All in for almost $1 million in chips. And the bet is enough to take down the pot.
See, Mike's chip stack at just under $1 million, that was a dangerous chip stack to shove around. Whereas, maybe even under 500K, Jackson might even consider calling. But for half his chips, too much, just a little too much. Blind still at 20, 40, 40. Miles, Jason, and Don all on the chopping block next for basically all they have is all in or nothing. See if Jason makes a play to steal the blinds and antes here. It's a raise to 100K. Euler on the button will fold. Foul will fold. This is definitely callable.
So 60,000 more. You could maybe even argue that it's raisable at this point. And that's exactly what he is doing.
Well, yeah, with Kramer with only 275 left, put your money where your mouth is. If you want to raise, put them all in the middle. Jackson using that chip size or chip stack to his advantage.
And Kramer will let it go.
Oof. It's definitely not the chip stack you want to be going head to head with.
Yeah. When you're going to mess with the chip leader at your table, you always know that every move you make is going to have you at risk.
Yep.
At this point of the tournament, you're getting so close. You got a day and a half into this now.
Step one has been achieved, though. You're in the money.
Yep.
All right, Don Drummond, seat 9, down there on your bottom right corner. Wow.
You just fold pocket nines. Huh.
I mean, he's about to be in the big blind.
I'll just give him the benefit of the doubt, say it was a misread.
Yeah.
Either by him or by the RFID. One or the other.
Yeah.
I doubt it, but we'll just say that.
Jackson will smooth call 20K. Big slick.
Doesn't want to scare off Mike in the big blind.
339 on the flop. Mike will pair his 9.
Action's on Jackson, and he checks.
Mike's not messing around. 180,000.
Now, good pot-sized bet is enough to get Jackson out. And let's be honest, if Jackson raises pre-flop, he's probably going to get called, so he saved himself some money.
Yeah.
With 8, 9 of hearts of somebody who's already in the big blind and the ante, he's probably going to call whatever raise you put out there.
Right.
So, smart move on his account. And I guess when you're looking at things hindsight, it makes it a lot easier.
You know, your time here is going to be up in just a hand or two. Any parting thoughts for us?
It was fun. Get to see some familiar faces today. Get out and watch, this DPT Spring Championship. These players put a lot of time into this game, and I wish I could play more than what I do. But at the same time, I also realize that a lot of these players, you keep seeing the same ones over and over for a reason, and that's because they're really, really good.
Yeah.
And incredibly lucky, especially if I'm playing against them. They get really lucky. So yeah, it was a treat to get to meet your new son today. Get to see your wife, and get to, like I said, some familiar faces, and do this outside of Nevada. It's kind of fun.
Yeah, a little bit easier just to drive across town to do this instead of flying across the country.
Although I do have the dates on the calendar already for next year's
Yeah.
Free Poker Network National Championship, so I always
That'll
look
be
forward to that.
Interesting with us. Well, our son will be not even a year old yet, and
Oh, kids that
something-
age love Vegas. It's one of their favorite places.
something tells me that it's not going to be. I don't think he'll be coming.
Okay, raise and a call, and then an all-in and a fold.
All right. Jackson not bleeding, perhaps just a little paper cut. He's just the cost of playing in these hands, but he's keeping his chip stack healthy, which certainly is a tip in the cap to him being in this situation many times before. Fold around. He keeps catching cards, though.
Yeah.
So you really can't be upset about it. Jackson will raise to 80K. Miles Barnum in the big blind. I mean, it's time.
Yeah, he's all in.
One live card, but they are suited.
Well, I might be leaving at the same time as Miles Barnum. Can they need a bunch of clubs or find a jack? And he found
There's
a
a
jack.
jack.
Look
Wow,
at that.
but 9 or an ace is going to tip the cap to Jackson with the straight.
Yeah, Miles has got a big sweat here with 2 cards to come. That one so good so
deuce.
far.
Pot's only 370K, but that'll be better to double that up than his 155K. Your river card is a 10. And
There
Miles
we
Barnum
go.
will double up through Jackson, staying alive.
That'll put a smile on his face.
Yeah, there
A
you
real
go.
smile. All right, brother.
Yeah, thanks for coming out.
Yes.
Appreciate you.
Thanks for having me. Great to see you.
I'll take it from here.
I can't wait to find out if a guy who's not playing with 2 million in chips can make the final table.
Can he make it?
Can he get there? We'll see.
So Heidi will not get her 10th elimination. Going to fold to Jackson, who again picks up a nice pre-flop hand. Ace-king now. Just cannot stop. Fortunately, he's not turning these good hands into winners, but still 1.7 million in chips. Definitely a scary chip stack to go up against. And Kramer's going to take this opportunity to go all in. And if he's been paying attention that Jackson's had a nice hot run of cards, he would know that he is in the unfortunate spot of running into those good cards. But if history's due to repeat itself, Jackson needs to fade a jack again in order to eliminate Jason Kramer. Or a 9. Flop comes deuce, 9, 7. Kramer hits his 9. He's going to need to fade an ace or a king. Your turn is an ace. And now Jackson pulls ahead, but it's a diamond. So Jason has 12 outs. He needs a diamond, 9, or jack, and it's a deuce of clubs. Keys are necessary, Chris. And Jason Kramer will be eliminated. Heidi with her 10th elimination of the day. Kramer will be taking home. I think he's made it up on that next payout jump, depending on what's happened with the rest of the field, but he's definitely taken home $650. 12th place goes up to $750. First 4-digit payout will be 8th place, so we'll get to our final table by the time we get there. And Jackson now sitting a lot more comfortable. I think he's up over 2 million again. I imagine we'd be coloring up some chips here pretty soon, as at least maybe on next level or next break. Jackson, queen 7, under the gun +1. He will push the action again. I think that's a raise to 80,000. Euler will play. Flop comes 4, 5, 6. Jackson with the open ender. Euler's still in the lead with king high. Check, check, and an ace on the turn. Tony checks. Jackson checks. 10 on the river gives the check mark to Tony. See if that's how this all plays out. Tony will check. Jackson reaching for chips, looks to be 100,000. And Tony will fold. So Jackson will be up to 2.2 million in chips. Don Drummond, Miles Barnum, Fudd now. Fudd's all right. He's got 200K in chips, or almost 800K in chips. 20 big blinds. But Don and Miles still on the chopping block. Don earlier electing to fold what we think was pocket nines. And has since been card dead. A new player in on seat 5. Again, we're playing for $8,000. First place. Brad Magnus coming to the table. Mike Anderson pushing the issue here. That's a sizable raise to 120. Don will fold. Miles will fold. We'll fold around to Brad, who's looking down at ace-3 offsuit. He will fold, and Mike Anderson will keep on a deadly chip stack of 1.2 million. Fold around to Miles. And Tony's looking at some raising chips from the button. Raises to 85,000. $45K more to Pha in the big blind. Looks like he's going to 3-bet to 290,000, putting Euler in a predicament there. Essentially a min raise And Fuzz going to protect his big blind with the 3-bet. Definitely some next level play. You don't see much 3-betting from amateurs, and Fuzz definitely not an amateur, so that's going to allow him to steal an extra 100K from Tony Euler. Jackson still sitting comfortably up top with 2.2 million. We are down to, I believe, 14 players. On our 95th hand here today. I imagine blinds are going to go up shortly. Just feels like it's been 40 minutes. Okay, Miles Barnum all in with pocket sevens. Action's on Brad now. Looks like he folds. Is likely going to fold. Oh, he makes... Uh-oh. That might have been a blunder. That might have been a blunder. He pulled back his small blind and put chips out there. I don't think knowing how many was there, I thought there was less chips than there was. So we got Dana called over, floor call. And that's going to have to be a call for Fuh. He committed chips to the center, even though they did cross the betting line. And I think that's what's going to take precedence here. I don't know if he said call. Your word is legally binding, but so is committing chips in the center. And he has to go all in? Did he put out more chips? He might have put out more chips than the 350. I don't even know what happened. That's wild. So Miles Barnum is all in with pocket sevens, 10-8, and Fuh hits his 8 on the flop. 8 high flop. Miles now needs a 2-outer. Needs to hit a 2-outer to stay alive. A 7 on the turn or river. Your turn is a queen. Fuh's mistake might be a happy little mistake where it actually ends up giving him the win, and it does. Fuh will eliminate Miles Barnum on what appears to be a chip blunder, but it ends up working out for him anyways. Little salt when you lose on another player's mistake, if in fact it was a mistake. I'm going to go out there and see what happened.
Ace Jack.
All right, guys, hold on to that mic there. You can hold on to that.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm here with Miles, and I needed to get clarification on what just happened. You just went all in with sevens,
Right.
and as a short stack, that's perfectly fine. What I saw was an accidental. What happened with there?
So I raised all in for 420. He didn't see the all in, so he was trying to raise blind versus blind. So he had announced raise, so he now had to min click my raise.
Yes.
And now Jackson's in the big blind. He said he had ace jack, and so instead of doubling up to $1 million, I get called by ace jack. He folds 10-8, but instead he hits an 8, and I'm out. So
yeah, no,
it's
I
brutal.
mean,
That's the strangest bust out I've ever had in a tournament. Misclick to bust.
yeah, that we could definitely feel that pain back there because I thought it was definitely a chip blunder because obviously we had Dana come over and just let the sevens hold in that
Yeah.
situation. We don't need someone to go out like that, but
Yeah.
that's poker. This one might sting for a little bit, but you cashed. You came out here and cashed.
I did get one outed by the 10s again. Somebody folded a 10 and it had queens versus 10. That was a 10 on the river.
Yes.
He hits a 10 on the river. One other one outer.
We had some good moments here.
It was fun. Yeah, no, thank you guys so much. It was a
Yeah.
great time. You know, you're always disappointed about busting at any point. That one I'll never quite understand or but it'll be a story I'll probably tell 10 years from. So I busted this tournament. Let me explain how it went.
Yeah, and to be clear, this isn't. Obviously, we're not throwing shade at Fa. He didn't see that there was a
Oh,
raise.
yeah.
It was an honest mistake, but it just ended up not being.
I don't think he wanted to put that many chips at risk with 10-8 offsuit.
No, that's why I was like, oh crap, he's got to put them all in. So
Yeah.
You plan on playing in the Black Chip Bounty event?
I don't even know. I was so focused on this. I was hoping not to have the opportunity. So I'll think about it. Yeah,
absolutely.
I'll look into it. All right, man. Thank you so much.
Shout outs to the people at home.
Let's see. Well,
Thank yous.
yeah, thank you. My mom is watching. Uncle Gary and the whole crew, the Motley crew, all the guys there, and thanks for tuning in to the YouTube and Everyday Winning.
And subscribe to Everyday
Oh,
Winning.
yes. Yeah, Everyday Winning Miles Poker on YouTube.
And Dakota Poker Tour.
And Dakota Poker Tour. Let's get those subs up. All right, man.
Thanks, Miles.
Road to 5,000 subscribers.
There we go.
Vlog in WSOP.
There you go. All right. See ya. All right, we're back in the booth. Hopefully all that got picked up on the wireless mics. But oh yeah, that's a brutal way to go out for sure. Is on the misclick, but we continue on, one step closer to seeing if a player that is not even here can make it to the final table. Steve Zima, one step closer to final tabling, just getting blinded out. In fact, I should probably go get an update on his chips. Coming back out into the field. How's Steve Zima doing? Steve Zima still has about 1.6 million in chips. Will he final table without even being here? Big storyline of the day. Still have Eric Casa playing on seat 2. We've got Paul Johnson, Dirk Gertis. Steve Belland is still here. A few other players. All right, Pho back in the booth here. Pho raises to 150K with ace queen suited. And Tony in the big blind is going to call with 7-5 of clubs. So Tony checks, Pho jams all in. Tony needs to make the call. He'd be all in to call. Has a fourth of the deck in outs, should he call, but do you want to call with 7 high for your tournament life? Something tells me you don't want to do that. And Tony's going to fold. So Pho now up over 1.3 million in chips. Second in chips at our table. Brad Magnus been pretty quiet since coming onto the feature table. We need just 5 eliminations. Till we get down to our final table. Something tells me Steve Zima, he's got like 1.6 million chips, is going to final table without even being here. Had to take off to a grad party. Stayed long enough to get his payout information in. Don Drummond on the button, looking at 7-8 offsuit. He will fold. And Tony will fold, and Brad will get the walk. Much needed. Just paying the big blind and the big blind ante. That's every short stack stream is to get a walk in that situation. Don Drummond's DPT career, 8 cashes, 7 final tables, 1 title. That was the Friday Night Turbo that he won back in September of 25 down in Wapaton at the City Brew Hall. Took second place last January at the M&J Saloon for a Friday Night Turbo. And 3 years ago, took second place in our Black Chip Bounty event, which is historically this event, same event, new venue. Took 4th place in the main event and that same tournament. So no stranger to final tables, that's for dang sure. Brad Magnus, career on the DPT, 2 cashes, 1 final table, 0 titles, searching for his first here tonight. $8,000 payday. Buzz DPT career, 4 cashes, 3 final tables, 0 titles. Took second in the DPT season 22-23 player appreciation free roll. Won $300 there. That was 3 years ago. Tony Euler, DPT career. Now we get, hold on, let's get to the action. Fa will raise to 150K. Mike Anderson with ace-8 suited will call out of the big blind for just 90,000 more. A lot of clubs in their hands. No clubs on the flop. Ace, Jack, Queen. Fa flops straight draw. Mike will pair his aces. And Fa's going to bet 250,000. Mike's going to insta-shove all in. And Fa will let it go. Mike scooping up a 430K additional chips from that pot. Back to Tony Euler's career on the Dakota Poker Tour. Played 57 tournaments, 10 cashes, 7 final tables, 1 title, going back to, I think, my first live streamed event back at the Windbreak many, many years ago. Nope, I think since then, we'll say whenever I'm saying DPT career, this will be in the new age ever since we migrated to the new website. Tony Euler took down this very tournament back in 2024, the DPT Spring Championship, when we were over at the Hartle Building 2 years ago. Took first place for $7,700. Tony has played many of these circuits, the tours in North Dakota, and is no stranger to 1 final tabling, 2 cashing, and 3 has experience in taking tournaments down all the way to the end. Jackson will 3-bet to 300K with pocket 8s. Brad's going to go all in here. Jackson's going to call. Coin flip scenario, if 58% of a coin was due to hit. Brad's going to see an ace or a 9. Flop comes king, 5, 6, all diamonds, Jackson's 8s, stay alive. Brad wants to see an ace or a 9 on the turn or river to take this down and keep his tournament hopes alive. And it is a 9. Brad hits a 9 on the turn to stay alive, but Jackson has outs to split. Any diamond would put a flush on the board or a 7. And it is a diamond. We're going to split the pot. All that work for Brad Magnus being so quiet on our feature table here, finally getting all the chips in the pot, and he has to split it to a flush on the board. Oh, I mean, of course, we're happy again. I'm sure Brad is that, hey, I didn't lose, but I did a lot of work by pulling ahead on the turn. I got that luck, but then the luck turned around with just a chop pot. Did net him some chips. He's just over $500,000. But Brad and Don are really going to need to make some decisions here pretty soon and hope for a good run of cards that they can go all in and win with. Pho will raise it up to 150,000. And he will end up winning the pot, getting the rest of the table to fold to him. Pho's play style seems to be aggressive, willing to voluntarily put his chips in the pot. Brad Magnus, short stack at one of them at the tables, now in the big blind. Don on the button, ace-6. Wouldn't be a bad time to go all in, knowing that big blind was just paid by a short stack. Does have a little bit of time, but at 150,000 per orbit to finance your way around, that cuts into your small chip stack quite a bit. Don will raise to 150K. Actions on Brad, 90K more to call. And he will shove all in. And Don is going to fold. So Brad Magnus now 715,000. He's up over that 10 big blind threshold. Don Drummond's really going to need to make a tough decision here. Just 400K left in his stack. He's got a couple hands before he's in the big blind again. We have 11 players left. Min cash right now is $750. Next pay jump will be making it to the final table. You'll get $850 for your efforts. Jackson, looking down at ace queen, will raise to 125,000. I know you don't see what Jackson has, but I feel like Don has to shove them all in right here. Two Broadway cards. You're in the big blind and in two hands. If you don't win those hands, you're down to 250K, and he is going to fold. Jackson's going, no matter what he has, if he's going to raise into the pot, and it's just another 200,000-300,000 more, he's probably going to call any all in. We can see at home that Don probably made the right decision by folding because he was crushed pre-flop. Flop comes 10-8-3. Fubb will pair his eights. He's got to think he's pretty good here. 10 doesn't scare him too much. Puts out a bet, and Jackson will immediately fold. And there's Jackson on the TV screen right there. Tony Euler goes all in with pocket nines, Jackson to call, ace-5 suited. He will not make the call. I think at this point, 2 eliminations to go. The question is not, will Steve Zima make the final table? The question is, can Steve Zima, can he place higher than 9th place and end up making a good chunk of change? The over-under for the place that Steve Zima would, where would you set the line? Let me know in the comments where you would set the line of Steve Zima placing, just getting blinded out in this tournament. Had to make it to a grad party over in DL. Was already 30 minutes late. Made it to the cash and bolted as soon as we got his information. Is the over-under, we could set it at the 5th place. So are you over or under 5th place that Steve Zima will place in this tournament? Just getting blinded out. Fubb picking up a couple of cowboys. He'll raise and everyone else will fold. Fold around to Jackson, who's got ace-queen on the button. It's either 175,000 or 200,000 is the raise. Or neither of those, and it's 150,000. See now, Don Drummond in the big blind just paid 120,000 to be in here. Now looking down at King 3 and kind of in a situation where he just has to fold. Pay the small blind, and you have one more orbit that you can do. Otherwise, you are going to be blinded out of this tournament, essentially. Go back to about an hour and a half ago. Don folded pocket nines in early position. And he is just going to make the call. So we're going to see a flop. Deuce, 3, 8. Don will pair his threes. And he will go all in for about 190. Jackson will make the call. So Jackson will need an ace or a queen to knock Don Drummond out, bringing us down to 10. Your turn is a 5 of diamonds, and Jackson now has 14 outs. Any diamond, ace, 4, queen, or 3, and it is a diamond, and Jackson Skierseth will hit the flush on the river, knocking Don Drummond out in 11th place. And we are one person closer being eliminated to our final table. I think that does bring us to hand for hand. Jackson will raise to 125,000. I don't think we have to go hand for hand. There's no bubble. It's just elimination, and or maybe we do go hand for hand. I haven't heard anything from Dana, but here's your flop. 3 players to it. 3-9 queen. Mike will hit top pair. Jackson checks. Mike checks. Jackson checks again. And oh, the flop was queen 9-9. Mike flopped a full house. No wonder why he's been kind of coy with this. So Jackson checks the turn. Mike hoping that Jackson, a better card would come out for him. But Mike will bet 300,000. Jackson will fold, and Mike Anderson's not going anywhere. He's not really losing chips. Kind of gets a lower, pays the blinds and antes, but then he'll get right back up to his what he's been at pretty much all day, 1.5, 1.6 million in chips. I feel like if there's really anyone to watch out for right now, I mean, obviously Jackson, but Mike Anderson has to be thrown in that conversation. He's just been getting cards at the right time, making the right plays when he does have cards in order to maximize the potential. Action's on Tony. And Tony's going to go all in with 5 deuce suited, and he's going to end up stealing the blinds from Brad. Purely a positional play. Dana's there to do some chip maintenance. Jackson definitely had a castle in front of him of chips. We're going to color him up to get some cranberries, some reds. Those are 100K each. Jackson now looking down at pocket threes. First to act, will he, I mean, you got a chip stack. You can definitely afford to be aggressive. He will raise it to 125,000. Brad now, Jack King suited. I think just enough where he could make the call instead of going all in. Ace 5 suited. 65K to call. You've already committed 120K to the pot. I think that's what you might call committed. So Fuzz going into this with ace high. Jackson's got his pair of threes, 2 clubs for Brad. Flop comes deuce 6, 7. Kind of a blank for everybody. Brad will check. Great flop for Jackson, all low cards. That's what you want to see with the low pocket pair. Is going to bet, though, 200K, and that's going to force Jackson to fold, as well as Brad. So, like I told you earlier, tends to be a more aggressive player. He's not afraid to put his chips in the pot, and that's what it takes to take down tournaments, especially one of this caliber. 134 players total entered, and we are down to 10. Tony Euler's been up over that million chip mark for a while now, dipping below to 750,000. He's going to shove all in with king, queen, and Brad will fold his pocket threes. Likely going to fold here. We'll see what Jackson has. Jack 8 will likely see it a fold as well. So Tony scooping up blinds and antes. To 875,000. Once again, shout out to all the dealers out there. None of this would be possible without them. Long, long hours making sure that every player has 2 cards at the beginning of the hand. We're at 435 subscribers. Refresh, and 438, 2 away from our goal. Jackson checks. Mike's going to look at putting a raise or putting in a sizable bet with the open ender. He will bet 180K. Jackson will fold, and Mike will scoop in that pot there. See, I want to tell you about Mike. Old Mikey Anderson. Kind of like the silent assassin at the table. It's really torture is what he's got going on out there. Slowly bleeding the players at the table. Slowly accumulating more and more chips. Mike is kind of like the guy who loosens the pickle jar and then gives it to someone else once it's loose to fully open up. We see what you're doing, Mike. You're doing most of the work, just letting other people take some of the glory of the knockouts. Mike Anderson now, king, queen suited of clubs. He will raise it up to 130,000. Like Tony does make the call. Flop comes ace, queen, jack. Tony needs to hit a king or a 9. It is straight. Let's see if we can get the chance to get there. So Mike will bet with his pair of queens, 240,000. It's just not enough. Tony doesn't have a made hand yet. So, like I said, Mike Anderson, bleeding people. And ladies and gentlemen, we are final tabled. It sounds like someone busted out on our second table. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, I will be out on that final table interviewing some players, and we're going to see a conclusion here. Who's going to win $8,000 first place prize on the line? See you all on the other side. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Audio check, 1, 2. Hello, hello. We're coming back soon. Audio check, hello, hello. We are coming back soon.
Yeah, 3 and 5. It's gonna be 4.
I prefer.
I did that last night.
Right.
Perfect. I didn't think about it.
First stage.
You know, your girls it worked though.
Yeah, me too.
After I said it, then it dawned on me. And
Okay.
I went,
All right, welcome back, poker fans around the world. We are here, final tabled for our DPT Spring Championship. Give a round of applause to yourselves. So we had 134 players enter yesterday, and we are now down to 9, technically 8, but we have yet to eliminate someone. In fact, we will start. Steve Zima, I'd like to have some words with you. He's not here right now. He's at a grad party. It's no big deal. He'll be blinded out unless the big storyline is there's a rumor he might be coming back. It might just be a rumor, but he's got to drive from DL all the way back. Until then, to my left, we have Pho. Pho. Pho, how is it going out there today on the tables?
Up and down like a roller coaster off the rails and jump back on again. So yeah.
Yes. I do want to let you know, all time in North Dakota, you are 738th on the all-time money list, which is much. There's a lot of players in North Dakota. That's a
Wow.
good number. How does that kind of make you feel? Do you feel like that's intimidation for the rest of the table here?
Yes, absolutely. Since I'm from Minnesota, hey, yeah, I just like cross the border and just intimidate people. That's what I do.
There you go. Who is the scariest player at this table, would you say?
Oh, I would say. Oh, they're pointing at each other. I would say Jackson, and then probably Steve, Tony. Well, if he had more chips, he'd be.
Ooh.
My friend Josh is scary when he's drunk.
Josh, have you been drinking today?
Oh,
You
he's
have?
very
Okay.
scary.
So he's very scary. Well, 8K to first place. What would you do with that money?
I would basically spend it, all of it, and do stuff with it. And
On poker, though, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Of course, on poker.
All right.
Well, thank you, Pho. Good luck out there. We've had some nice cards all day long. And then to my right, we have Steve Belland, all-time money list in North Dakota, 76th. Now you guys should really be shaking in your boots. We got, if you score today, win the 8K, you will jump up to 75th. What would that do for your poker career?
I'm from Minnesota, so I don't know how to.
I know it, but that's what the Hendon Mob says.
That's
Is you're
pretty awesome.
76 all time in North Dakota.
Cool.
But $8,000. What would you do with the winnings here today?
As I said before, we could-
Oh yeah, don't say that one before.
as Brad said, probably it would be yeah, I'd probably take Dana out, and the dog will get some good treats.
There you go. There you go. What player are you most scared of at this table right now?
Right now, I guess Tony is competent. Tony Jackson and Brad right now. I've played with them a lot there too. And Eric, I've lost him before heads up. So
You
he's
sure have.
he's a very prominent good player also.
Absolutely. We don't want to sleep on Mike, though. I've got some nicknames brewing for you in the back, but you've been lurking all day long and just slowly accumulating chips and never really going below a certain watermark. So I've got my eye on you. What's our over/under for Steve Zima taking 5th place? Higher or lower? Who's got the over and under on that? Over? Okay. All right. Well, I think we should kick this off. But my last question to you all: who here is going to win $8,000 tonight?
All of us.
Perfect. Okay, we got a lot of hands raised, but there's only one way to find out. You got a trophy on the line and $8,000. Let's get the cards in the air. Heidi, come on in as our dealer, and I think we can shuffle up and deal. Uh-oh. That works really well. Thank you. Oh, yes. All right, so we are back in the booth, pulling out some odd stats from everybody, but that's what I like to do here. So let's go ahead and introduce our table if we can as we draw for high card. And here we are. Seat 1, full, is got 1.4 million in chips. Seat 2, Steve Zima, he who is not here, 755K. Seat 3, Josh Lansdorf, 1.9 mil in chips. Seat 4, Eric Casa of Wapaton, 2.7 mil in chips. Tony Euler, 650,000 in chips. Seat 6, our second in chips, Jackson Skierseth, 2.1 million in chips. Seat 7, Mike Anderson, 1.9 million in chips. Seat 8, Brad Magnus, our lowest chip stack on the table, our short stack, 440K. And seat 9, Steve Belland, up over $1 million in chips. So we are final tabled, ladies and gentlemen, 5:36 p.m. Central Standard Time. And we will be finding out who wins $8,000 tonight. Mike Anderson will raise to 240,000 with Queen 8 suited, and he will scoop up some more chips. He's now up over 2 million. For a third of the table, it is going to be all in or nothing, but not really, because Steve Zima is not here. So Tony and Brad are going to be looking to make some moves. And I will correct, it does say U.S. all-time money list for Minnesota for Steve Belland. I will just confirm it did say Minnesota for Foe as well. Oh, it says he's from Fargo, North Dakota. Oh, he just moved. Tony Euler's all in for 650,000 with ace 3 suited. Jackson looks like he's going to fold his ace 10. Mike Anderson likely folds, and he does. Tony Euler will scoop up the blinds and antes to the tune of 200K every time you're able to do that. Definitely a tough question to answer of who's the scariest at the table. All of these players well decorated and lots of experience making it this far in tournaments. Some stats on Joshua Lansdorf, 612th all-time North Dakota money list. Best live cash, 3,500. All-time money list, Josh finds himself 245,473rd. Eric will fold. I think it's definitely a true statement that when Tony Euler has chips in front of him, he is always a scary player. And he will shove all in with ace-9 suited. Jackson will fold his pocket eights. Not a bad play at all. Brad Magnus, though, all in to call pocket tens. Can't really wait for a better spot. He is all in for 400,000. Steve would still have to call the 850,000 if he wants to play this hand. Flop comes Queen Jack 6. A miss for Euler. Deuce on the turn gives Tony a lot more outs, 9 to be exact. Any spade or ace, and it's an 8 of diamonds, and Brad Magnus is gonna, his 10s are gonna hold up and double up through Tony Euler, essentially flip-flopping places as far as chip count goes. There's your payouts. Next person to be eliminated, $850. Brad Magnus now with $1 million in chips. That's feeling a little bit more deadly. A little bit more scary to have that. He'll fold. Blinds are at 40, 80, 80. Getting pretty expensive to play. We're at 40-minute blind levels. And our Black Chip Bounty event registration wrapped up about 45 minutes ago. 61 players registered, $15,000 prize pool. Was a $200 buy-in with the option of a $100 add-on. Every player you knock out, you get their bounty chip worth $100. Foe is going to fold. Eric puts out large set of chips, probably enough to put Tony Euler in. It's going to raise to 640,000, trying to bully that big blind. Which Tony probably knows that Eric's putting him all in with pretty much anything. He's the big stack at the table, but he will call for all in. So 6-5 versus 10-4 suited of Eric. Essentially a coin flip here on the flop. Euler's going to look for a 6 or a 5. or other coordinated cards around there. 2, 3, 7. 7 outs for Tony. Needs a 4 or a 5 or a 6. And a 4 on the turn. Tony Euler with the check mark. Tony will double up through Eric Casa. With a 4 on the turn for the straight. And that's why sometimes you just got to go all in. Doesn't matter what you have. As long as you have 2 live cards, that's the biggest thing. So Tony Euler now just at that 10 big blind threshold. Steve Zima just 550K, 55K. And for sure, if I'm one of these players, you don't want to go out in 9th place to a guy that's not even here. Fold around to foe. Foe's going to raise it up to 200K. And we'll see folds around the table. Foe now up to 1.4 million in chips. We'll see what this final table, what kind of life it has in it right away. We've already had a couple all-ins. No busts yet, though. Foe having the advantage being to the right of Steve Zima. If it folds around to Foe and Steve's in the big blind, Foe just has to raise and he wins the blinds and antes. Josh Lansdorf 3-betting to 475K with pocket kings. And Foe will fold. So Josh at 2.1 million in chips. In the modern era of DPT, Joshua Lansdorf, 3 final tables, 2 cashes, 1 title, and that was winning the Poker Brat tournament back in 2022 at the Windbreak. Took home just shy of $5,000. Steve looking down at ace-queen. Raised to 180, and here we go. Pocket jacks, we'll see how they perform. Foe's gonna put in a sizable raise here. 3 bets to 475,000. Brad will fold his pocket fours. Now Steve will have a tough decision to make. 295K to call. Steve looking at the tournament clock, seeing how much time is left on the level. Wouldn't be shocked if we see a call, wouldn't be shocked to see a fold. Steve definitely thinking I'm either going up against ace-queen or a high pocket pair. Surely is what he's got to be thinking, and he will fold. So Foe with the big 3-bet, scoop in 380K in chips, bringing him up to 1.6 mil. Eric Casa still sitting up in first place, 2.4 mil. Steve has 2.5 orbits to survive one elimination to go up in the money. But Foe waking up to pocket aces. Raised to 200K. Mike on the button's going to play his king-9 suited. Steve will fold. So it'll be 2 to the flop, pocket aces versus king-9 suited. We'll see if aces can find a way to get cracked, as seemingly sometimes do. A king on the flop, that is not good news for Mike. See what Foe decides to do, if he's going to be aggressive or if he's going to slow play his aces. I feel like the last thing you want is your aces to get cracked. So it's maybe best to just bet them, and Foe will bet 400K. Mike will quickly call, and another king on the turn. That is the last thing you want to see if you're Foe. The board paired, and with Mike calling pre-flop to a raised pot, you got to think he's He's on to a king. Foe's going to slow down, checking his aces. And Mike says he's all in. Foe is just kicking himself. Pre-flop raise maybe just wasn't good enough. Does Mike show his hand? He does not, and that is a huge pot for Mike Anderson, up to 2.7 million in chips. Foe correctly folding those pocket aces, now recouping some of those losses. Eric Casa now, pocket fours. Doggone, how long was I muted for? Eric will raise to 215,000 over to Mike Anderson. He will call. Now Brad Magnus, 800K in his chip stack. Will he decide to go all in here? Kind of just standard raises. And he does decide to shove all in. Steve folds his ace-5 suited. Foe will ask for a count. is 800K on the nuts. Full folds. Fifth of his chip stack to call if Mike wants to decide to play. Looks like he is going to. All right. So we have an all-in and a call. Brad Magnus at risk with ace-king versus Mike Anderson's king-jack. Suited of clubs, but they were suited. Flop comes deuce-9-7. Brad Magnus in the lead, needs to avoid a jack and a jack only. 9 on the turn. Only 3 cards will eliminate Brad Magnus. And it is a deuce on the river, and Brad Magnus will win his 2-pair ace high. He will double up through Mike Anderson and actually now finds himself with $2 million in chips. Brad Magnus was, I think he was one of the lowest stacks on the table coming into the final table, and now he finds himself in 3rd place, just barely below Eric Casa and Josh Lansdorf. Some would say this was a crazy game of poker. Eric Casa now with pocket 8s under the gun. We're now at 442 subscribers. We're going to set a new goal this 450. Let's get up there, people. If you're watching and not subscribed, it costs you absolutely nothing to hit the subscribe button and the notification bell so you can be alerted anytime we go live. Eric raises to 200,000 and have one caller from Steve Belland with ace-4 suited. Six-nine jack on the flop. Eric and Steve battled it out at the Free Poker Network's National Championship in the High Roller event. Eric winning $5,000 down there. And a number of players in the area were able to free roll their way into this tournament by playing in the local free-to-play bar league, Free Poker Network. I don't think any of them made it to the final table, but never a bad time getting into a tournament for free. Can't be mad about that. Mike Anderson now waking up to pocket queens. raising to 240,000. Certainly with King Jack, you'd rather be the aggressor instead of calling an aggression. And everyone will fold, and Mike Anderson up to 2.1 mil. Mike Anderson now just with pocket queens, now with pocket kings. This guy cannot be stopped. Another raise to 240. And we're folding around the table again. Hey, every time he wins the blinds and antes, he's getting 200K richer. He's unbelievable, this guy. Just picking up cards left and right, raising and three betting at just at the right times. Was a $300 buy-in Megastack. Players started with 100K in chips. Started yesterday, playing day one, ending around 11:15 at night, coming back again at noon today, now on our 6th hour of poker. Steve will fold king, queen, or queen, jack. Full will raise to, oh, Steve Zima hit pocket aces. Unbelievable. It's like a blessing and a curse to have him here, or not here, rather. So Steve Zima just 1.5, 2 orbits away from being blinded out of this tournament. Eric Casa sitting still comfortably, 2.4 million chips. Nipping at his heels, though, Mike Anderson has been very consistent all day, rarely losing a pot. Seems like he's also rarely going to showdown. Eric Casa now in pocket nines. Looks like he'll raise it up to 225,000. Mike Anderson, ace queen suited. Looks like he'll be looking to make the call. Brad folds and will be two ways to the flop from our chip leaders. Your flop, ace, queen, 5. Are you kidding me? Flops 2 pair from Mike, checks. That is so dirty. Another 5 on the turn. Mike first to act. He will likely be betting this. Look at that, Mike Anderson,
No, I'm making a list.
unbelievable.
You would rather have
He's upgrading from the paper cutter to he's starting to slice. He's gonna be knocking someone out here in no time. If he keeps doing stuff like this, catching cards at just the right time. Steve Zima will be in the big blind in 2 hands. Eric Casa now pocket jacks. He's going to raise it up to 225,000. Looks like we will fold around and Eric Casa will continue his dominant chip stack up to 2.3 million. I think just 100,000 off from Mike Anderson. Thank you, Fo, for getting those cards read. We appreciate that. Steve will fold. Josh Lansdorf now, been quiet as of lately. Ace Queen suited. He will raise to 225. Likely fold around to Steve Belland. Fortunately for Fo, he won't be. He'll be giving away his big blind. But next up, Steve Zima. In the big blind, have yet to see an elimination. Will Steve Zima place in 9th or 8th place? It's perhaps, I mean, it's not, I don't think this is the case, but it's a little unspoken that we're going to blind out Steve Zima. But at the same time, if you have cards, let's go. I'd rather be accumulating chips potentially over just hyper focused on blinding someone out. The jump from 9th to 8th is $250. Tony Euler, all in with ace deuce of diamonds, all in for $580K. Brad Magnus also with the suited ace deuce, but he will fold. And it looks like Euler will scoop up the free big blind. Next orbit, Steve Zima will be eliminated via blinding out. And I think blinds have just gone up. So that small blind is no longer 40,000. It is 50. It would suck to place lower than the guy who hasn't even been here for a couple hours. But that just goes to show, I mean, if Steve Zima was here, he kept up and maintained a large chip stack big enough to blind his way to the final table, which is just absolutely wild. Would have been nice to have a fair fight and see. This could have been the one, you know. Foe will steal the blinds and antes there. Foe, excuse me. Here we see probably our first action from Jackson Skier Seth. Looking down at ace queen suited of diamonds. Finally able to play a hand, it seems like. Raises to 225. Actions on Eric Casa in the big blind. Just 125K more to call. He's already invested 200,000 into the pot. With one of the larger chip stacks, you might as well see. Unfortunately, both his queen and six are covered by Jackson and Mike. 3-8 jack on the flop. Eric will check. Jackson will lead out and bet 300K. We'll see folds from both other players. Jackson now at 2.5 million. Got to think that is chip leader now. Yet to see someone eclipse the 3 million in chips mark. Including this tournament, looking at the leaderboard, DPT leaderboard, Bassem Habib sits comfortably up top with 1,536. Lester Hauglid with 1,224. Bassem will hold on after this tournament to be the leader. And Steve Bellin's going to be all in with ace-6 suited. Actions on foe with pocket fours. He will fold. And Steve will scoop up the blinds and antes. Actually, not quite yet. Mike Anderson now, Queen Jack, offsuit. Raised to 300,000 now. And it looks like Mike Anderson will take down. Everyone will fold to him. I will be right back. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Just enjoy the actions of live poker. Give me 2 minutes. Okay, I'm back as promised. What do we got here? Jackson does have the flush. And no harm, no foul. Okay. Jackson going to take the chip lead against Mike Anderson. But the key thing here, missing basically the entire hand, but I'm seeing Jackson beat Mike in a hand. Mike still is above 2 million in chips. Didn't lose that many that hand. He just has a way with being able to lose a hand and not to get into it for too much. But Jackson now our chip leader, 2.8 million. Once again, top prize $8,000. This is our final table from 134 players down to 9. Next player to be eliminated will take home $850. Top 18 places were paid. And we have just a few hands before Steve Zima is eliminated in 9th place, unless someone else decides to allow him to go up in the standings and get eliminated in 8th. Jackson will raise to 250K on the button with 8-5 offsuit. Big balls play right here. Mike Anderson doesn't really care. He's going to make the call out of the small blind, maybe not a big enough sizing. Flop comes ace, 4, 6. Mike in the lead, pairing the ace. We see a check from Mike. Jackson does have the straight draw. Jackson's going to bet 200K. Mike just straight up doesn't believe him. And he'll just make the call. 9 on the turn. Mike's still ahead with ace 3. He's going to check again. Will Jackson continue or will he slow down? He will slow down and check. 3 on the river, and Mike Anderson just improved to 2 pair. Now he will bet. Pot of 1.1 million is going to go to Mike Anderson. Again there, though, Jackson only lost 500K that hand. So it's really not that big of a deal. They just keep flip-flopping first and second place. Mike Anderson now with the chip lead, 2.7K. Steve Zima just 2 hands away from being blinded out of this tournament and being eliminated in 9th place. Which honestly, from Steve's point of view, he might not have even thought he'd make it this far. It's been gone for 2.5 hours or so. Fortunately for him, does not get the TV time, but does get his name shouted out quite often for the unique situation. Oh, Mike's reaching for chips now. Going to try to steal some blinds and antes, perhaps, from Brad and Steve. He's going to raise to 300,000. Putting a lot of pressure on Brad. And Steve has certainly can't imagine him calling. So there we have it, our first time we've hit the marker. Mike Anderson hits the 3 million in chips by being aggressive with the shorter stacks. One more hand and we will see, guaranteed, our first elimination on our final table. I'm going to, I mean, the cards haven't been there for some crazy plays, but I'm going to predict that play opens up a little bit more once our AFT, away from table player, is eliminated. But we'll see here. Pocket tens, Eric Casa, and I might have just eaten my words. Tony Euler, pocket kings, is going to go all in for $500,000. Euler's just been sitting back, buying his time, waiting for the perfect opportunity. And as a short stack, this is what you want, is a high pocket pair to just let it all out, let it ride, see what happens. Fortunately for him, he's going up against a good pocket pair, but slightly less good. Foe will fold, and now we have pocket tens versus pocket kings. Euler looking to double up through Eric Casa. Flop comes 8-8-6. Euler still in the lead with his kings. Eric's looking for a two-outer. We've seen him before with the tens and ace on the turn. 7% favorite to win the hand. Can Eric find one of the two tens? He cannot. Tony Euler will double up through Eric Casa, now sitting with 1.3 million in chips. Tony Euler is not someone you want to be doubling up on a final table this deep in a tournament. But here we will have it. Steve Zima is officially going to be blinded out unless for some reason he walks through those doors in the next 30 seconds, which would be absolutely crazy. And I would also say totally not worth it to cut your time short at your nephew's graduation party unless he wins it all. He's got about 30 seconds to walk in those doors to see that he's all in. That is not Steve, that it's our dealer Heidi. Eric Casa with pocket aces, he's going to shove all in and perhaps do the dirty deed of eliminating Steve Zima. I think it would be fun to just play it out either way. See what Steve would have had he been here. And Eric Casa with pocket aces will eliminate Steve Zima. Steve folds his blinds. He wants nothing to do with it. Knows Eric has him crushed. Folds, and we have our first elimination. Pay no attention to what you have on the screen there. Eric almost had a full or a royal flush, but that never happened. Had to kind of cheat the system there to make Eric win. We're at 442 subscribers, refreshing. Still at 442. Looks like we're coloring up the chips, removing all of the blues. And that just means that blinds are getting more and more expensive. They're not going to be going up to, you know, or they could go up, they will be going up to 75K. It won't be going to 60, 120, 120. It's, we're going up by 50K increments from here on out. It's going to really be pushing the action. Average chip stack at this point is going to be up over 1.5 million. If you have $1 million, you're at the 10 big blind threshold. I think action is really going to be pushed at this point. Josh Lansdorf, pocket nines, raises to 600,000. 3-bet from Eric Casa's raise to $250,000 with his king queen. Looks like Eric will pay to see a flop. He at least has the chips counted out. And he does make the call. So massive pot brewing here, 1.3 million. Josh Lansdorf, pocket nines, Eric Casa, king queen. Flop comes 10 jack 5. Eric flops an open ender. Josh is going to fire away right away. Eric's going to shove all in. Insta shoves. And Josh folds. Wow. Timing there, I think, on that was key. Plus the 2 overs. Excellent play from Eric Casa. Great box out from Josh Lansdorf, and he's now at only 850K in chips. Next person to be eliminated will be going home with 4 figures, $1,100. And someone at this table here will be taking home $8,000 for first place. Not bad for this 2-day tournament, a historic tournament in DPT history, 134 registered players. We believe that is the highest amount of registered players in the, at least in, we'll call it the modern era of DPT, since we've been streaming. I would be willing to bet it is the highest all time. Mike Anderson going to be aggressive here, raised to 300K with ace-6 offsuit. He will fold. There he is, Mikey Anderson, picking his spots at the right time. Slowly accumulating chips. We have not upgraded him past the paper cutter. Still just lightly slicing people. slowly getting chips from everyone. Never really taking a big dip in chips. Staying very consistent. Jackson Skierseth will fold. Let's see you be aggressive here, Mike. Yeah, he says, hold my beer. I am going to be aggressive right here. Looks like another 300,000. Wow. Brad folds. Steve folds. Foe will fold. Josh folds. Just picking these spots so perfectly. Of course, you can never time it. Tony most likely not calling, and he doesn't. Mike scooping up the blinds and antes again. 3.5 million. Mike doing very, very well right now on the tables. I feel like if anyone's really been player of the tournament, Mike Anderson is certainly up there. Jackson is up there for player of the tournament, not taking into account where they may place, but Jackson has done a really good job, and Mike, of accumulating chips and never dipping too far down, and then ultimately recouping any losses they might have just taken a hit on. Steve Bellin will go all in for 780,000 with ace-3 suited. Foe looking down at ace-10 offsuit. Could call, but it'd be left with about 300,000 left in chips. Foe will let it go. I think we'll be folding around to Euler. Not good enough to call him with, and Steve will scoop up the blinds and antes and get back up to 1 million in chips. At any time, I don't think anyone's too low, but at any time, an all-in is a double up is going to be massive. It'll skyrocket you into the conversation near the chip lead. Brad Bagnes was lowest in chips coming into the final table. He's found himself at a fairly comfortable 1.6 million after a double up. Some big hands. Josh is certainly on the chopping block with just 800K in his stack. Eric will raise to 350,000 with ace-9 suited. And Mike will fold. Steve under the gun will fold his ace-7. He'll be in the big blind next hand. Hitting a little bit of a lull in cards, if you will, right now. No player who's physically here has been eliminated from our final table. There, Mike Anderson will raise to 300,000. Brad Magnus now actually has some calling or raising chips, king, queen suited. And I think he said he's just going to call. So we will see a flop. I feel like it's been a while. Deuce 7-6. Complete miss for both players. Brad in the lead. Mike will check. Brad will bet, looks like 250, and Mike will fold. Brad nearing the 2 mil in chips mark. At any time you double up one of the short stacks, they're all of a sudden got a dangerous stack in front of them. Ace-10 for foe, suited. He's going to raise to 400,000. And if he only wins this hand to steal the blinds and antes, he will be essentially financing those if we see folds from these two players. Only 300,000 more for Steve to call. Be about a third of his stack. Body language looks like Steve is going to fold. We're now peaking at 90 people watching at home. This would be a good time to remind you guys all to like and subscribe the video, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the notification bell so you can be aware of every time we go live. We're now up to 443 subscribers. Our goal for tonight is to get to 450. We need just 7 of you, 90 people, 93 now, to go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Eric Casa, pocket aces, will he get any action is the big question. Does raise to 400,000. So aces will get no action, just on to another hand. Eric now with pocket nines. Raise it up to 400,000. Jackson folds king jack. Mike Anderson has a tendency to play hands, and he will do just that. He'll make the call. Perhaps some frustration from players, a little bit. You saw a little bit of a frustrated fold from Steve. I think anyone would rather be playing hands rather than just folding them constantly, but we will see a flop, nines versus ace 10, and Mike Anderson will hit a 10 on the flop. Eric's first to act. He will bet 600,000. And Mike will make the call. And unless a 9 comes up on the turn, Mike Anderson will be up over 4 million in chips. A 5 on the turn, no additional outs for Eric. Eric shoves all in. Folks, we're probably going to see an elimination here. Mike Anderson don't care. He's going to make the call. So our first big all-in the call here. Eric Casa is looking to stave off elimination. Will he hit the 2-outer on the river, or will he go home in 8th place, taking home $1,100? 6% chance. And the 9 does come on the river. Eric Casa. Oh my goodness, Mike Anderson, he is not an impenetrable wall. Eric Casa hits the 2-outer on the river and is now our chip leader with 6 million in chips. Unbelievable. We have seen so many 1, 2, 3, 4 outers hit on the river for people to stay in this game. This is unbelievable. This final table and this feature table throughout the day is bound to give someone heart attacks with how many ups and downs there have been. This is insanity. It looks like we're going to be taking a break, a much-needed break, I would say. And we will be back after that is done. $8,000 on the line. Who's going to win it? See you all very soon. We are back after a very quick dinner break. All of our tummies are full. Randy's Diner 2 coming in the clutch, making sure that all of our dealers and production staff are fed here tonight. So thank you to Randy's Diner 2. Let's bring you back to the action. Thank you to everyone who's been tuning in all night long for our DPT Spring Championship. $8,000 on the line. Eric Casa, unbelievable right before the break. Absolutely. Whoa. I didn't even see how much that damaged Mike Anderson. He has 120K. Mike Anderson had been leading, or at least first and second place, since our feature table before this final table, and now just 120K left in his stack after Eric hits a 2-outer on the river to double up. That is started from the top now, we hear. So Mike Anderson, all in for 120K. Blinds are up to 75, 150. You'll have to change the big blinds. I think it's 100 on there, or the ante. But it's getting very expensive to play, to the tune of $375,000 per orbit. Your standard raise is going to be just insane. So King 8 all in of Mike Anderson. Brad Magnus raises to 350. I think Eric will most likely fold here. Once you get these chips, you will like to hold on to them. And we've introduced a new chip for the first time in a long time, the DPT 1 million plaque is out there on the table right in front of Eric. We got the big boys out for this DPT Spring Championship. Meanwhile, on our, I suppose Eric only 200K to call. You probably have 2 live cards. I think he does call. Flop comes 10-4-7. Brad's going to shove all in with pocket 8s. Eric folds. And so now we will see. Mike needs a king. Can Mike hit a 3-outer to double up through Brad, or triple up rather? Do you think he could do it? Jack on the turn. Needs a king or a 9 now. King or a 9. A 6-outer for Mike Anderson to stay alive. And it is a 4. And Mike Anderson will be eliminated in 8th place. After just a devastating knockout, comes back from break, and within 5 minutes, he's out of here. That is an absolute heartbreak. I'm probably going to go talk to him. If we can find a camera to train on me. Guess you could say officially, interview has been denied. Jackson now, pocket queens, raises to 350,000. This is a time where I think Josh Lansdorf is just going to shove all in with pocket 7s. certainly see a call from Jackson, and things are immediately heating up. Jackson shows his pocket sevens, or pocket queens, versus Josh Lansdorf's pocket sevens. Your flop, Josh is looking for a 7 or a coordinated flop. 5 in the window. Queen 8, Jackson with trips. There is a 9% chance for Josh to come out ahead. He needs a 6 and a 6 only on the river, a 3 outer. Can he hit it? And it is another 4. And just like that, Josh Lansdorf is eliminated in 7th place. He'll be taking home $1,300. Mike Anderson taking home $1,100 for his efforts. Steve Zima was blinded out earlier. Blinded out since 4 o'clock or so. At that point, it had been about 2 hours, 2.5 hours. He'll be collecting $850 next time he's in town. Now, who will be eliminated? Next person to go out will take home $1,600. Action's on Eric Casa, your chip leader, on the button. Queen 9 suited. Tony's going to shove all in. 810,000. 10 deuce in the small blind, and Jackson will fold. And Tony keeping his chip stack dangerous enough so when he does shove, it is still a significant portion of anyone's chip stack. Steve Bellin, just 775K left. Him, Tony, and Foe almost basically in an all-in or nothing. The blinds being so high. Big blind ante is 150K. Euler will push the action again, shove all in with 1.1 million with King 10. Jackson might be considering a call here. Had a feeling the spigot would be opened once we got rid of Steve Zima, which is partly true. And Jackson will shove all in over the top, or he'll just call. Just calls. So another all in and a call. Jackson, Scareseth, Ace Jack, Tony Euler, King 10. Your flop. Deuce 9, Queen All clubs. Jackson would love to see another club. And there it is. Jackson Skierseth will get the check mark, and he will be eliminating Tony Euler in 6th place. Tony will be taking home $1,600. And Jackson now with a very sizable chip stack. Then there were 5, started with 134 players, $300 buy-in, started with 100K in chips. Who's the next? Who will be the next? That's the big question. Foe's definitely on the chopping block, 1.1 mil. Jackson up to 4 million in chips. Brad will make the call. 6-3 offsuit. Steve's going to shove all in. I mean, you kind of got to know. Could have saved yourself 100K. Steve's too savvy of a poker player to let anyone see a flop for free, especially when they're just limping. Although it could have been a trap set by Brad. Would have been a great trap. Steve and Brad both wearing their everyday winning swag from Miles. Miles of the Barnum variety. Don't forget to subscribe to his YouTube channel. And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. We're at 443, and now we're up to 446. Just 4 more people to subscribe of the 93 watching. Brad Magnus will raise to 300,000. He will fold. And Brad will scoop in those chips. So our chip count, as it stands, Fo and Steve are definitely in the hot seat, needing to double up, triple up, whatever it may be. Steve's going to shove all in, Queen 7 suited. Eric Casa, King 10, is going to let that go. There's both the sense of urgency to knock people out from the big stacks, but you also don't want to double up a short stack and all of a sudden make them dangerous. Oh, he did call. And on the flop, King 5-3. Eric will pair his king. 1 spade for Steve. Steve is going to be eliminated. He is drawing dead. Eric Casa will eliminate Steve Belland in 5th place. Steve will be taking home $2,000. Do we remember who eliminated Tony Euler? No. Now Fo's going to move all in. Definitely next on the chopping block. Just 4 players remain. We'll see folds from the rest of the table. Fo will get those much needed blinds and antes. Eric sitting comfortably, 6.5 mil in chips. Fo is really going to need to pick it up here. He wants to find himself on top, last player standing. Brad is, he's been card dead until he hasn't. He's hit when he's absolutely needed it, but have not seen him really play too much over the last hour or so. Jackson will decide to play and call. Brad will check his option. 5, ace, 8 on the flop. I'm going to guess the first aggressor will be the winner of this hand. That person is Jackson, but Brad says, yeah, I'm not going anywhere. I just want to let you know, Jackson, I got absolutely nothing, but I'm still going to call you. Jackson checks. Brad checks. 3, 7, 9, and a king on the river will give Jackson the check mark. I think that's going to give him the green light to bet. I could see him checking, hoping Brad would bet into him. Jackson will bet 300. Thing is, though, there's not another card to see, and Brad, you are playing the board. Brad will fold, and Jackson scoops up a $1.2 million pot. He's up to 4.2 now. Sitting comfortably in second place. Next player to be eliminated will take home $2,700. Might be down to our final table over on our Black Chip Bounty event. Let's see, fold, fold. Brad's going to raise it up significantly. Foe is going to fold. I think if Foe sees any face or ace, he's going to come in over the top of Brad. Jackson Skierseth is the only player to win a DPT title in their career, at least in the modern era of our stats keeping. So if Jackson were to be eliminated, we'd be guaranteed to see a first-time DPT winner. Brad is first to act. I think Heidi's knockout count has gone dramatically up after eliminating half the final table. Foe will move all in for $700K with Jack 9. Jackson, $500,000 to call. Jackson will fold. I feel like you call off too many. You're responsible for a bunch of knockouts, and you're just kind of calling a little bit light. I mean, four-handed, having an ace or a face is generally pretty good. I think if that second card was just a little bit higher, it would have been a no-brainer call. We started this tournament yesterday at noon, went till about 11:30, bagged, tagged them, came back today at noon, now approaching the 8th hour of play. Started today with 4 tables. Eric Casa now, pocket 3s. Likely push the action here. It's like 450. Brad will fold. Bo could consider jamming here. And a call from Eric. So we got an all in and call. Foes all in with ace 7. Eric, pocket 3s, 8, jack 5 on the flop. Foe needs an ace or a 7 to survive. In the turn is an 8 of diamonds. Foe now has a one more out. Any 7, 5, ace, or jack. And it is a 4 of hearts, and Eric Casa is going to eliminate. Foe in 4th place. Eric Casa now up to 7.6 million. And, you know, if I'm Brad or Jackson, I'm like, this guy keeps eliminating people. The same person, that means he's got a lot of chips. They are definitely have a very daunting task in front of them to take some chips away from Eric. This would be a very impressive showing if Eric Casa could pull out the win here tonight. That would be twice in the same year. Eric has won while we've been live streaming, both here on the DPT and Free Poker Network's National Championship in Vegas. Eric winning $5K for the high roller event. Brad will just call for 150K. Eric will check. We'll see a flop. Queen 9 versus Queen 5. 7, 8, 8 on the flop. We'll see a check, check. 3 on the turn. And a 6 on the river. Eric will be given the check mark. We'll see if that's how it plays out. I think we see a check, check, and Eric will scoop in a pot worth 450K. Now up to 7.8 million in chips. We're just going to say, I can't remember who eliminated Tony Euler, but I'm just going to say it was Eric because that seems to track. Eric has currently eliminated 4 of the 5 players on our final table. Jackson is responsible for eliminating Josh Lansdorf. Eric has done the rest of the dirty work. So not quite a clean sweep, but close to. It's basically a shutout. It's the equivalent of throwing a shutout versus a no-hitter. Eric will call for 75K, 7-5. Jackson, King, Queen, suited. Quick fold from Eric. When we go down to 2 players, heads up, there will be, we'll eliminate the big blind ante. Discussion here with Dana, not sure what they're talking about. Eric will raise to 450,000 in the meantime. Brad folds. Eric now first to eclipse 8 million in chips. Jackson first to act, Queen 6 suited. I think I said he'd make it 350. Brad will fold his King 5. Eric with Ace 10. Call will allow us just to see a flop, and he does do that. Flop comes deuce 6-9. Jackson will pair his 6. Eric checks. Check, check. 7 on the turn. 4 out or 10 outs for Eric. Eric checks. You don't love to see 2 clubs out there, but never know. Could use that to your advantage. I think this is definitely the right play from Jackson, is to not allow Eric to see another street for free. Jackson will bet another 400,000, and he will get a fold from Eric and scoop in some chips. That's who you'd want to be slowly getting chips from, is the chip leader, that's for sure. Brad Magnus is soon in an all-in or nothing situation. Just 1.7 million in chips. Brad folds. Eric looking down at King Queen. Likely play this. We'll just see how. I think a raise to 450. Just can't do it. Just can't do it. Eric will be first to act down at Jack King suited. Raise it up to 450. And we'll see folds from both players. All right, Heidi. It's time to deal some good cards. Of course, not that she can help it. Go Jackson, Skier Seth, Ace King suited. Raised to 400K and likely won't see. I mean, Eric does have chips. He could see a flop. And that's exactly what he's going to do. Flop comes 5-8-8. Jackson still in the lead. Noticed over these last however many hours, Jackson seems to be a very intentional player. Takes his time with every decision, whether it's a fold, bet, raise, doesn't matter. You reduce the amount of things that you do within a hand, and it prevents other players from being able to pick up some kind of a read or a tell on you. Takes a lot of discipline, especially coming up on the 8th hour of play, to continue that disciplined behavior. Steve Belland is very known for doing just that. Looks like Brad's gonna raise it up here. Raised to 325, which is just above the minimum. And Jackson will fold, so Brad will scoop up the blinds and antes just to pay for the big blinds right after this next hand. We'll correct a previous call. Brad Magnus eliminates Mike Anderson. So Eric, Jackson, and Brad all have their hands dirty. They just happen to be the final 3 players remaining. So Eric raises to 450. Jackson 3 bets to 1.1 million. And Eric will make the call. Flop comes 6, King, 10. Jackson 2 pair. I think you gotta slow play this. Try to let Eric be aggressive. Got 2 pair. Range at hands that you're playing at this stage in the tournament open up quite a bit, so be fairly confident. Eric doesn't have, 2 premiums. In this case, he definitely doesn't. But Jackson will bet 750. And I think the damage has certainly been done. There are some kinks in Eric's armor. Jackson Skier Seth is now 5.8 million. Just 7 million off the chip lead. And that's just how quickly it can happen when your blinds are so big, and standard bet or raise is, at this point, 6th, the 5th. It's less than 1/10 of your chip stack. Or more than, rather. blinds are going up after this. Brad Magnus now pocket queens. After Jackson raises to 400,000. Obviously, we're just going to be shoving here. Brad Magnus all in. Eric Casa 10-9 suited. He's going to ask how much. And Eric makes the call. Oh my gosh. Eric really forcing the action here. Hey, if I'm going to win, I'm going to win. Let's let the poker gods, let the cards fall where they may. Jackson could just call here, and he does. Monster pot brewing, 4.4 million. Brad Magnus all in with pocket queens. Eric and Jackson, well, there will be some side action, and it's Jack Queen 3. Eric flops the open ender. Jackson, it's got middle pair now. Pairs his jack. Another jack on the turn. Check from Eric. Meanwhile, Brad's going to be eliminated. An ace on the river. We've seen check, check. What's Eric going to do? He will check. He's going to slow down. But Jackson will be our chip leader and be knocking Brad out at the conclusion of this tournament, or this hand. Oh, sorry, Brad. I see Brad now has a full house. That would make sense. If there was any side action, Jackson would be winning it. Sorry, we're getting a little too excited. Brad Magnus will triple up, 4.4 million. And we are virtually tied amongst all three players, even playing field. Eric's the only one that can totally, for sure, he's got anyone covered that goes all in. Unbelievable. Brad's got a little, I see that smirk on your face, Brad. I would be happy to. $3,500 to the next person to be eliminated. $8,000 up top. 1 in 3 chance to win $8,000 right now. Will also stand corrected. Jackson Skirseth also eliminated Tony Euler. So Brad's eliminated 1, Jackson's eliminated 2, Eric's eliminated 2 as well. I want to thank all 77 of you guys watching 30 minutes in the past on our live stream. Brad will check his option. We'll see a flop 5 deuce jack. Brad will hit 2 pair. See if Jackson, he'll check. Brad's not going to let anyone see a free card. If you got the momentum, keep it going. He'll bet a $500,000 and Jackson will fold. Jackson will fold Jack 4. Brad Magnus picks up a couple of cowboys and the small blind. We'll see how he decides to play this. No visible reaction, and Eric got nothing. 8 deuce offsuit. Brad will scoop it in. Remember, Brad came into this table as the short stack with just 440K in chips. Eric came in as the chip leader, still is, not by much. Brad now, King Jack suited. Definitely going to be pushing action now. Blinds are up 100, 200, 200. 500K in chips to finance every orbit around the table, and three-handed that orbit goes quick. Every third hand, you're taking 400K out of your chip stack. If you can scoop up a couple blinds and antes in a row, you're sitting pretty good. Cleaning up our chips on the table. We got the more 1 million plaques out there. I mean, it definitely looks good with massive chip stacks out there, but it also sucks when you're playing and you have to grab like 2 handfuls, massive stacks of chips just to bet $1 million. Jackson down to 3 million in chips, King 8 in the small blind. I think I saw him say 600. Brad's going to make the call, a little sneaky call. Flop comes 3-4-3. Brad will pair his 4s. Jackson could see this as an opportunity to bet big, jam all in. 1.4 million in the pot. Jackson is going to continue strong hand. 800K is the bet. Perhaps repping, hopefully a pocket pair. Brad's got to think at most he's got that. And Brad's going to 2-bet, or he's going to raise to 2 million, and Jackson, the heck, 2 bets? What is that from? We're on our 8th hour of streaming, people. Give me a little break. Jackson now, he's on the chopping block. 1.7 million in chips, 8.6 bigs. Jackson has been doing a really good job of staying in the mix all day long, holding on to the large chip stacks, and now when it gets down to final table and every person that's eliminated, there's a bigger and bigger element of luck that comes into play. Brad, ace king suited. Two-thirds of our table has not achieved Dakota Poker Tour champion yet. Brad's going to put in a sizable raise here. Raise to 800K. Eric's going to fold. Jackson's in the big blind now. Bye-bye 400K. Been three-handed for at least a half hour. Foe is eliminated by, oh, never mind. Over a half hour. Oh, under a half hour. Losing our minds back here. Jackson's probably going to try to retain his 400K from the blinds, but Eric's maybe got another plan for him. Pocket fours. He's going to raise it up to 2 mil. And Jackson will fold. Jackson now down to 1.3 million. Every time you fold your big blind, that is such a huge blow to your ability to scare the other two chip stacks away from calling. Eric now pocket queens. What is going on? He's going to raise it to 600K. Don't say all in, Jackson. Unless you plan on hitting an ace on the flop. Going to raise it up to 1.2 mil. Leaving himself with just 125K left over. I think Eric's obviously going to be shoving for the remaining 125K. Min raise. Jackson is he's not willing to bet all of his chips on this one hand. So he's going to leave himself with not much. Oh, Eric's just going to call. So we will see a flop. Jackson's going to want to see an ace. There it is. Open a queen on the... Oh my gosh, Eric hits a set. And Jackson with the ace, he's going to bet it all. Easy call from Eric. Flip him over. Sorely disappointed. Terrible time to run into queens when there's a queen on the board. That raise definitely was not... That hurts a lot for Jackson. He's going to need to see an ace, and that's the check mark for Eric. Eric is going to eliminate Jackson Skierseth in third place. So there we are. Jackson will take home $3,500 for his efforts here. And ladies and gentlemen, we will see a first-time DPT champion. Will it be Eric Casa? Will it be Brad Magnus? We have the chip leader and the small stack here on the final table, final two. Brad Magnus looking down at Ace King suited. Do we see an all-in right away? I mean, we'll see. We'll see how these two decide to play. Is it a shove fest? Let the cards fall where they may. So Brad will raise to 600K. Eric will make the call. Flop 9, King 5. Brad will bet a hefty amount. Probably about $1 million. 1.5 mil. Then there were two, ladies and gentlemen. Next person to be eliminated will take home $5,300. Last man standing, $8,000 payday. Absolutely wild tournament here for the DPT Spring Championship. Record 134 players, $300 buy-in, 2-day tournament structure. Eric raises to 600K. Brad will likely fold. No. Brad says, I got 8 mil in my chip stack. I'll make the call, see what happens. Ace 10-3 on the flop. Brad pairs his 3. Eric bets $1 million. Oh, 600K. And he will make the call. A 6 on the turn. For a minute, I thought Brad had 6-3. He's got 5-3. It's a great card for Brad. 10 on the river. $600K bet from Brad. Pot's 3.2 million. Now Brad's 9.7 million in chips. Eric Casa, 4 million. He's going to need a double up and then another win for the elimination. But Brad Magnus in the driver's seat. But as we know with these poker tournaments, get down to heads up, absolutely anything can happen. I want to thank all 93 of you guys for tuning in. If you haven't yet subscribed to the Dakota Poker Tour YouTube channel, you can do that at any time. lost this hand. We see check, 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 check. Eric Casa will win that hand. Here we go, another hand. On like 180, almost 190 probably. 189. Eric makes the call. Brad checks. Eight, king, jack on the flop. Brad will pair the king. He checks, Eric checks. Deuce on the turn. Brad gets his two pair. He'll make the bet of probably 500,000. Eric folds. Chipping away, Brad is at Eric. Chipping away. Additional color ups needed since from here on out we'll be going up by 100K per blind level. Of course, we have removed the big blind ante. Continue our action here on hand 190. Brad will call for 100K. Eric will likely raise here. Looks like to 800,000. And Brad makes the call. Pot's already at 1 million. Flop comes 10, ace, deuce. 2 million bet from Eric. And he will fold the better hand. Brad nearly double Eric's chip stack. Eric looking down at 8-5. Brad, ace-6, both suited clubs. And Brad will check. We're going to see a flop. Flop comes 4-5-8. Eric flops two pair. We'll see check, check. Queen on the turn. Brad's reaching for chips. I think he's bet 400,000. Eric's gonna re-raise him to probably 12,000 or 1.2 mil. And Brad will fold. Just kind of exchanging some blows back and forth. Little raised pot here, little raised pot there. Taking turns winning. But do not be lulled at any moment. We could see the all-in and a call. And before you know it, it's over. Flop comes 5, queen, ace. Brad will pairs queens. He'll bet. Eric will fold. Okay, so we are not removing the big blind ante. Interesting. Going to force these pots to be pre-flop a little bit bigger. Flop comes jack, 9, 7. Both flop the gut shot. Just each need a different card. Ace on the turn. Another diamond. 500K. Brad will come along. King on the river. Eric's got the check mark. All right, King 9 suited versus Brad's Ace 6. We'll see if we can get some action on this flop. Deuce 9 deuce. Eric pairs his 9. I mean, it's possible. Brad sees he's got the ace. May doubt Eric has a 9 or a deuce. Brad's going to bet. Eric's going to call the bet of 400,000. Another deuce. I think Brad's going to think that 400K wasn't enough. Nope, he's going to slow down. He'll check. We'll double that bet from last hand. In a 4 on the river. It's the most chips we've exchanged in a while. That 2.3 million. 2.4. And Brad will lay it down, and now Eric is the chip leader with 7.6 mil after Brad was leading for quite some time. All we're looking for is 2 coordinated good hands at the same time, and oh, we got an all-in from Eric, but Brad's just going to fold. First time all-in has been muttered by either 2 of these players in quite some time. Recap of the eliminations from this table. Steve Zima, I don't remember who eliminated Steve. Doesn't matter, he didn't really truly get eliminated. He just got blinded out. Mike Anderson went out in 8th place via Brad Jackson, then eliminated the next 2, Josh Lansdorf and Tony Euler. And then Eric has been batting cleanup for the last 3 to be eliminated: Steve Belland, Foe, Jackson. We're seeing a flop, but there really ain't. That's a bet of 500K. Brad will fold. And a little under a half hour of heads-up play. I think our record is about an hour and a half of heads-up play. Not a record we intend to beat, perhaps ever again. We are playing 40-minute blind levels. In a way, it's kind of nice that the blind levels aren't so high that each player doesn't even have like 10 bigs each or something. They actually are a little bit deeper. Oh boy, here we go. Eric with the queen, he's going to bet 300K. Brad calls. Ace on the river gives Eric the straight. Brad, meanwhile, 2 pair. This could be an all-in, ladies and gentlemen. Brad is just going to pay him off. And he's going to see 2 pair is no good. Eric Casa with the Broadway on the river Eric now with 12 million in chips. Brad Magnus 2.1. I think we're about to see an all in or nothing moment. Brad just 10 big blinds. We got maybe just a hand or three, and we very well might be seeing the conclusion of this event here. Don't go to bed quite yet. 450 subscribers. We have met our goal. Thank you, everyone who was a part of that. $11 million for Eric Casa. Brad Magnus 2.3. Next player to be eliminated will take home $5,300. First place prize, $8,000. Earlier we calculated if you spend that at Menards, all 8,000 of it, I'm gonna have to recalculate it. Essentially, get that rebate, you've really won $8,880. We have an all-in and a call, I think. Here it is, Eric Casa 8-6, Brad Magnus 9-8. 2 live cards, that's all that matters when you're heads up in this situation. Eric Casa in the lead. We still have a classic coin flip, though. Eric, if he sees an ace, it could be all over. 7, 8, 10. Brad, pairing the 8s, does not want to see a 9 or an ace if he wants to stay alive. Eric needs an ace or a 9, and a 9 on the turn. Brad Magnus has 2 pair, but that does not matter. Eric Casa with the straight. Brad's looking for a 6, 8, 9, or jack, and a 3 on the river. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, Eric Casa eliminates Brad Magnus with the turned straight. Brad Magnus, absolutely great tournament. $5,300 for your efforts. Eric Casa, have a day, buddy. 2 big tournaments in a year. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, I will be interviewing your winner, Eric Casa. See you on the other side. Scoot in. You can scoot in. We're good. All right.
We can be friends.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, now we're friends.
All right. Welcome back to the conclusion of our DPT Spring Championship. I'm joined here on my right, Brad, and our winner, Eric. Brad, let's start with you. You came in as the short stack on the table. What did it take for you to claw your way back into a second place finish?
I just waited for an ace or with a face, and that's all I did was just had to sit back and wait for good cards.
And you had a big triple up moment. Can you maybe recall that? You tripled up. I can't even remember who it was with, but you did triple up, and that was a huge moment for you into becoming short stack.
Yeah, on an off table, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. So $5,300. You almost are a first-time DPT champion. What would that have meant to you to finally come away with the win on the tour?
You guys have a great tournament, so I'm just happy to be here. I'll be here next year too. So.
And we look forward to it.
Yep.
And I see you out there every weekend grinding it out. So we appreciate you out here on tour. And hey, congratulations on a nice payday. Great performance. And then we come to my left, Eric Casa of Wapaton. You want to hold on to that? There we go. Eric, it's been quite the year for you. You won the high roller event in Vegas through the Free Poker Network.
Yep.
Nice score, 5K there. And now you come here to DPT, our spring championship. You take it down $8,000. I mean, where does this rank in your wins, and what can you say for some other accomplishments that you might have?
This is the biggest win I've had.
Yeah.
I got a second place at Dakota Poker Tour. I had a first place at 701 last year. So, and then that Free Poker Network won. So yeah, that's pretty cool. I've gotten heads up with a couple people that have won the MSPTs, and so I mean that's pretty cool. So RPT and MSPT is probably where I hope to go.
Yeah, you need just these couples. So this was another notch in the belt for getting another win on a big tour in the area. You were the chip leader coming in, chip leader coming out. What did it take to stay the chip leader or keep yourself in the mix the whole game?
So there was some up and downs and some pressure.
A little bit closer.
Oh, there's some up and downs and a little bit of tilt that I went on a couple times. I had 10s and they got beat by kings, and then just trying to stay focused. And I had pocket 9s that were up against top pair of 10s with ace 10, and I rivered a 9. So that always helps, makes you feel like something, divine intervention or something.
Hand 134, Eric Costa, 2-outer on the river to double up and become chip leader. That is one of my big notes on here. So lots of really good highlights. 134 players, the largest field we've ever seen in DPT.
Yeah.
Can you talk about our field?
Yeah, it was a good tournament. A lot of good players.
Friendly players,
I've never met a bad poker player. You guys are all so dang friendly.
Oh, there's a few.
Well, we got.
I'm friendly, I guess. I don't know about anybody else.
Well, we're all very friendly up here. I love it. We got some good attitudes. But Eric, $8,000. What's your plans with the winnings here today?
So my wife got a seat or a $5,000 package through the Free Poker Network.
Oh.
So I think we can go play something somewhere down the line.
Heck yeah. I like to hear that. Well, I think that's going to do it for us here. Congratulations, you two. Congrats on a big payday today. Love seeing you guys in the top 2. Congrats again. And yeah, well, this is a friendly handshake here. Thank you all for tuning in. And that's going to do it for us here out in West Fargo. Where are we at again? The DoubleTree.
The DoubleTree.
The DoubleTree. It's been a long day. You guys had to make it a long one. So thanks for tuning in. I'm Brian Peck with the Dakota Poker Tour. Everyone have a good night.